Hello, I'm Lloyd Robertson at our CTV 2000 Center. The Millennium is moving westward. This was the scene in Germany just a short time ago. We'll be following it to the Americas, then to Canada on CTV 2000. Join us at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
How bravery flies into action with the heroes of air ambulance.
I owe them so very, very much.
The season premiere of W5. Tuesday night at 10 on CTV.
McDonald's has these retro hockey cards out right now. They include rookie cards of hockey greats like Paul Kariya, Jaromir Jagr. I'm very touched they recognize me in this way. I know my teammates are very proud of me too. I know that. I can feel it.
Retro hockey cards featuring rookie cards of the greatest players in the game, including this year's newest stars. 69 cents with any Prime purchase, plus a chance to win autographed NHL merchandise.
10 seconds to midnight in Brazil as CTV 2000 captures the Millennium Wave as it rolls into Rio. For its coffee and its carnival. And what a scene here. Very warm weather. Obviously, you could put your toes in the water down there tonight. Yes, the year 2000 is now in the Americas, and this is how it looked earlier, as much of the rest of the globe in Asia and Europe caught the wave in breathtaking and boisterous welcomes. Next, the wave comes to North America and Canada.
CTV 2000 New Year's celebration. Tonight, featuring live performances from Celine Dion, Bryan Adams, Great Big Sea, Ashley McIsaac, Burton Cummings, Blue Rodeo, Michelle Wright, The Philosopher Kings, and Lou Bega. Now, from our New Year's studios, here's your host, Lloyd Robertson.
Good evening. Yes, the year 2000 is now sweeping toward North America, and we are here with you to welcome the new century to Canada on this night of a lifetime, a night for reflection, resolution, and celebration. This New Year's Eve 1999 is one of those markers in all of our lives. We'll all remember where we were and what we were doing on this evening, and we would like to help make it memorable for you. Through 6 time zones, over the next 6.5 hours, we'll join the parties as the Millennium bounces across the country and throughout North America, including New York's Times Square. We'll also go where the year 2000 has been a reality for several hours now. We'll be watching the sun rise in South Africa and over the pyramids in Egypt. We'll also keep you up to date with all the important news developments. And through it all, we want to have fun, and lots of it. And who better to lead the way on that front than the most successful late-night talk show host Canada has ever seen, our very own Mike Bullard. He's in Calgary tonight. That's a shot of him at Olympic Plaza, and we're going to be hearing from him a little later, of course. And in spite of the fact that I've said all kinds of good things about him, I know that he'll be taking the odd shot at me tonight anyway. Well, now we're going to have a look at some of the news of the day. And what's good news for all of us is that it is shaping up as a very positive day. Overseas, the new year brought freedom for 155 hostages, including a Winnipeg woman held on board an Indian Airlines jet. The passengers and crew were freed after negotiators agreed in part to ransom demands of the hijackers. The hostages were held for 8 days. All were released safely, all but one, an Indian passenger stabbed to death by Kashmiri militants who commandeered the plane. With more on the end of the ordeal, CTV's Tobias Fisher.
They arrived weary and wobbly, but some of the Indian Airlines hostages managed to wave at the end of their ordeal. Inside New Delhi's airport terminal, a scene of jubilation as family and friends welcomed their loved ones.
I'm okay. We are okay. We are happy to be back home.
5 armed Kashmiri militants seized the Airbus on a flight to New Delhi, eventually landing in Afghanistan. The hijackers killed 1 passenger and threatened to kill the others unless India released 36 jailed colleagues and paid a ransom. As conditions worsened on the plane, angry Indians demanded their government do something. In the end, only 3 Kashmiri prisoners were released. The Indian government insists it did not give in to terrorists.
That no criminal who dares raise a hand against India shall in the ultimate ever go unpunished.
The hijackers were last seen climbing down a ladder and into trucks. Afghanistan's Islamic rulers, the Taliban, say they will not be given sanctuary.
Within 10 hours, they will leave Afghanistan by any means.
For India, the hostage release is a millennium present of sorts, but the hijacking may be a warning of greater troubles to come from Kashmir's militant separatists. Lloyd?
Thank you, Tobias. Tobias Fisher reporting from Washington. In Winnipeg, there were tears and prayers of thanks for Shirley Macklin. The foreign aid worker was the lone Canadian aboard the hijacked jetliner. Macklin described her days in captivity as exhausting, but the 60-year-old was declared fit and in good spirits following her release. CTV's Jonathan Gravener has more.
Shirley? It's my mom.
For a week, Hart Macklin held his emotions in check, fighting back the anguish. But when his mother called him during a news conference, he was unable to hold back anymore.
I'm okay now.
A few hours before, Macklin saw the images of the hostages being freed. Between phone calls from government officials and media, friends gathered and toasted Shirley Macklin's freedom. In Ottawa, there was relief too, particularly after Foreign Affairs Minister Lloyd Axworthy came under fire for suggesting India should negotiate with the kidnappers to save lives.
I think he was reflecting the view that most people would have in these situations.
Wiping back the tears at his news conference, Macklin told how his mother had been seated next to the newlywed woman whose husband was killed by the hijackers. But even after a week of terror, he says she isn't thinking about coming home.
Her thoughts are that she is not going to be coming home. Her expression was, I haven't even been to India yet. And she doesn't want to let the bastards change her plans.
And so far, they haven't. Undaunted by the dangers she faced, Shirley Macklin plans on staying. And her family says it will go there to meet her.
I need to hold you.
Jonathan Gravener, CTV News, Winnipeg.
Now to Europe, a continent gripped by millennium fever this evening. Tens of millions of people are, even at this hour, taking part in the greatest street party Europe has ever seen. Cities that have stood since history was first recorded. Cities that were the centerpieces of the once great empires, celebrated the beginning of a new millennium. Britain is the world's timekeeper, or regards itself as such, the home of Greenwich Mean Time. And it's from there we're joined now by CTV's Joy Melvin. Hi, Joy. Party still going on?
Party still going on, Lloyd. Happy New Year from London, England.
Thank you.
This is the party where Britain's throw one of the biggest parties since the Second World War Victory Day celebrations. bells of London's Big Ben rang in the new year with a bang. The famous bongs used to time the biggest fireworks display in Britain and perhaps the world has ever seen. Up to 4 million people packed the banks of the river to watch 39 tons of fireworks light up central London. 18,000 bobbies were on the beat, making sure London's big-time party went without a hitch. Sailing down the Thames, a 21-gun salute greeted Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth in Greenwich, the home of time and the Millennium Dome, Britain's newest showpiece, where 10,000 guests watched the show of a lifetime. Across Europe, it was a celebration like no other. In Paris, the city's most famous landmark, the Eiffel Tower, burst into a gigantic torch. In Berlin, the spotlight was on Brandenburg Gate, for decades symbolizing the division between East and West Germany. In Rome, the Pope gave a mixed farewell to the old millennium to pilgrims crowded into St. Peter's Square. And in Athens, on the Acropolis, the home of an ancient civilization was bathed in light. From Athens to London, Western Europe was united in celebrating a new beginning, saying goodbye to what has been a century of division. In this, the home of the world's time, London lived up to its reputation by throwing one of the biggest parties this century. And for many, it was simply a show of a lifetime. Lloyd?
Yes, Joy, I was just about to say those pictures are really spectacular coming out of there tonight. I know the party's still going on. Did everything work? Did the dome work? Did the Ferris wheel that I believe was not working yesterday, did it work today?
There were some glitches. The Ferris wheel was officially opened, but there were no passengers. People will come back. The dome worked, but, you know, there were a few glitches with tickets, that kind of thing. But it's absolutely pandemonium here. It's an absolute party atmosphere. Everything's electric. Even though bridges were closed, traffic was cut off, I had to run 25 minutes just to get here through the crowds. There's still that party atmosphere. And even though everyone was concerned about bombs and planes falling from the sky, it was what it was supposed to be. A huge celebration.
Now, I'll bet you were running into people there today saying, hey, this is just like VE Day at the end of the war in Europe.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is the biggest celebration, the biggest party that London has ever thrown, and it went off pretty much without a hitch. But I tell you, there's going to be one huge hangover by tomorrow. You should look at the streets of London. Bottles everywhere, litter everywhere. It's going to be one big hangover.
Joy, thank you very much, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
All right, in Russia, they are not just greeting a new century, but a new chapter in politics as well. Boris Yeltsin shocked his country. Paula Newton is there, and he also shocked much of the world by resigning the presidency effective immediately until elections this March. Prime Minister and former KGB chief Vladimir Putin is in charge. CTV's Paula Newton in Moscow's Red Square, there right now. How are you doing, Paula? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Lloyd. Well, it's been quite a day here. Y2K, not even a ripple effect. We can't say the same about politics. It's been quite a day for the Kremlin.
Just outside the Kremlin gates on Red Square, the party roared on. Most people had obviously come to terms with what was a political earthquake. Their president, Boris Yeltsin, stunned the world and voluntarily resigned. And for some, that was just one more reason to celebrate. Yeltsin gave us all a New Year's surprise, he says. Earlier, in an emotional address, the ailing leader bluntly uttered the words, "I resign," saying Russia needed to enter the new century with a new leader. And apologetically, he asked Russians to forgive him for not living up to their expectations. A bitter admission for a man who so jealously guarded his power. This is your office, he tells his protege and now acting president, Vladimir Putin. He now inherits the Kremlin and all its power, including the nuclear briefcase. Presidential elections will be held in 90 days, and Putin, a former KGB leader, will be tough to beat. The news clearly stunned the nation. These men were shocked, but happy. It's great, he says. The KGB is what people need most. The transition was as quiet as it was remarkable. Earlier this decade, Russians may have feared tanks in the streets. Instead, they were in a festive mood. And so, with little more than a salute.
As a parting gesture, Yeltsin may have finally upstaged the millennium. A few hours here into Y2K, there are few reports of any problems. Instead, it may be Yeltsin who's ushered in a new era of political and economic confusion. Lloyd.
Yes, it may be confusion, but the people there look pretty happy tonight, Paula. I guess they're pleased about what's happened, and they're pleased that they've got this far and that democracy is on the way, albeit not present all the time.
Lloyd, what a scene today. I mean, Russians really put aside whatever happened here politically. They are jubilant. They are ready for this new century. And although it was a shrewd move on the part of Yeltsin, really most agreed that it was well-timed and it allowed him to bow out gracefully. Perhaps Russians will look more kindly on Mr. Yeltsin. His popular ratings were down in the single digits, so he even apologetically said in his address, "Look, I apologize. Please forgive me for not living up to your expectations." Quite a statement.
So what's Boris Yeltsin doing for New Year's? Do we have any idea? He can't top this, of course.
He still has all the accoutrements, as it were, of a presidency. We assume that he had some champagne. I think the more important question is, what is the acting president, Vladimir Putin, doing tonight? He's got to be celebrating. Right now, if he wants it, it seems like the presidency will be his very soon, within 90 days.
Yes. Thank you very much, Paula. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Lloyd.
To the Middle East now, crossroads of three great religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam tonight. Despite fears of religious fanaticism, the region ushered in the new millennium trouble-free. There were spectacular celebrations in the Holy Land, none more moving than in Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus Christ, the city where the count to 2000 really all began. CTV's Middle East correspondent Rodney Palmer joins me now from Bethlehem's Manger Square. Rodney, tell us how the new year was welcomed there.
The three religions partied well past midnight, Lloyd. The party really only got underway at midnight, and the Manger Square was fuller than it's ever been before. There were thousands of people packing this square. Right at midnight, they released 2,000 doves into the air, and the fireworks blasted on for 15 or 20 minutes or so. There was live music, and people partied here in the streets until about 3 a.m. It was really quite a scene.
We're just watching these pictures, and they're quite beautiful, Rodney. We'll get back to them in a moment, perhaps, but I want to ask you one more thing about the security. How tight is it? Is it being relaxed now?
It's being relaxed as people are going to bed, and people have, it's now past 4 in the morning here, and in Bethlehem it's quite quiet. In Jerusalem, however, the soldiers will be combing the old city well until tomorrow. There are 7,000 soldiers on duty at any given time there, and they're making sure that nobody tries to destroy any religious sites or create any trouble here. Lloyd?
Rodney, thank you very much. It's great to see all of that joy exuding from the Middle East tonight. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Rodney Palmer. Unprecedented security is very much a part of celebrations in the United States tonight, with the recent arrest of an Algerian in possession of explosives. Officials have one eye on the festivities, the other on the threat of terrorism. CTV's Alan Fryer is in Washington. What's the mood there tonight, Alan?
Well, good evening, Lloyd. At the White House this evening, a very fancy star-studded gala going on, but in a little while from now, the President and First Lady will head out to the Lincoln Memorial, where the big public celebrations are going on. The President being briefed throughout the day, and as he continues to be, both on the Y2K computer situation and, of course, on the hunt for terrorists. The FBI is still very concerned about Ahmed Rassam, who's being held in Seattle, as well as a threat from domestic terrorists, homegrown, violent anti-government groups. That's why, as you say, we're seeing such massive and really unprecedented security operations in big cities like Miami and New York, and here in Washington. The very clear message to would-be terrorists from this would not be a good time to try something. And so far, so good.
There must be a great deal of relief, Alan, that things have gone so smoothly throughout the world, throughout Asia and Europe up to this point.
Well, absolutely, and if we're talking about Y2K glitches, one of the big concerns, of course, has always been air traffic. Now, the head of the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration was on a plane in the air on her way to San Francisco when the clock struck midnight Greenwich time, which, of course, is a time that air traffic control systems work on. And the good news is they're working.
All right. Alan, Happy New Year.
And to you, Lloyd.
And we may be hearing from you later on. Stand by there. It's on the White House lawn, and we understand that it's warm in Washington, not like certain places in Canada, which we're going to be touching later on. All during the evening, we're going to keep you posted on what's happening with Y2K, if there are any glitches that we still have to hear about, any other activities in the news that are taking place. Holly Doan of CTV News is in our news center, and she's keeping us posted on the millennium as it moves westward, ever westward. Holly, how's it looking?
Looking pretty good, Lloyd. You've heard of Apocalypse Now. Well, this one they're calling Apocalypse Nothing. We are watching here at the CTV Millennium Center for any signs of Y2K glitches, but so far all we hear, beside the sound of fireworks across the world, is the sound of computers whirring and purring. No bombs, no Y2K power outages, no carnage so far. No money problems either. Canadians took $1 billion out of the bank over the past 24 hours. The banks say no problem. There are 500,000 Canadians working tonight. We are talking to many of them. We are standing on guard here at CTV News. And Lloyd, we will have all the information for you whenever you want it.
Thank you, Holly, very much. We'll be back to you later, obviously. And yes, we are standing on guard totally tonight. Our entire system is working. We will be continuing as we go out to a break. We're going to show you some pictures, some of the spectacular pictures from earlier in the day as Sydney, Australia welcomed the new millennium.
Eddie, what flowers would complement a nice arrangement of daffodils?
What? Nothing.
Come to think of it, Wavy, a tiny sprig of baby's breath and a little bit of ivy would make a lovely compliment.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Chrysanthemums.
Pink hydrangea. They're nice.
Yeah, the special tonight is an herb supreme. Capsicum, sage thyme, stuffed with duxelle, lying on an amouche mais le passime classé with noisette spatula.
Wow. What is that?
Excuse me, it's chicken.
There's a lot to be said for clarity in life and in finances. Clarica, investment and insurance solutions.
And here are last night's $12 million winning numbers: 9, 15, 18, 27, 31. If you've got that ticket, be sure to hang on to it.
It's the dawn of a new era, the new millennium, and across the nation, the Government of Canada is working in partnership with Canadians of every culture and of all ages on projects and events celebrating our history and heritage, our arts, our environment, the aspirations of our youth, and our passage to the next 1,000 years. Join all Canadians. Take part in it. Take pride in it. Canada and the Millennium. Sharing the memory, shaping the dream. A message from the Government of Canada.
You're watching CTV 2000 New Year's Celebration, live from all across Canada.
Right now, we're in our CTV 2000 Center. Isn't it gorgeous in here tonight? Lots of pictures on all of the screens, people busy running about, organizing a very difficult broadcast to put together. And we're still doing some of that, of course. And we thank you for your patience, because I know that in some situations you were getting delays on the satellite earlier, the kind of thing that you do get on long-distance telephone conversations from time to time. Anyway, that was the news portion of the program. We've got you right up to date now with everything that's moving in the world. Now we're going to hear from Canada's #1 talk show host, as voted by TV Guide readers. Mike Bullard is in Calgary. I'm not sure exactly what he's doing or where he is. Where are you, Mike?
I'm prepared for the end of the world, Lloyd, and I suggest you do the same.
No, Mike, you're panicking here. The world is not coming to an end.
Lloyd. Air raid drill, girls. Plug your ears, just like we practiced. Lloyd, I suggest you put the kibosh on the world not ending thing. It's very hard for a guy like me to get 3 quality babes like this to spend any time with me without convincing them the world's about to end. Jeez, Lloyd.
Oh,
I General Batten, creep, loser.
Hey, girls, what about the baked bean jacuzzi?
Did I hear someone say baked bean jacuzzi?
Oh, jeez, I'd rather die. You know, Lloyd, it's too bad they had to leave before you could tell them you're not really my uncle. Thanks a lot, Lloyd. I'm going to go out and see what's going on.
Okay, Mike, thank you very much. Well, I imagine many of you have canned goods stored in your basement tonight and extra water supplies and that kind of thing. Fortunately, we haven't heard yet of any Y2K glitches anywhere. Now, we have heard about telephone lines being jammed, but apparently that's the normal New Year's overload. One of the advantages we have on a night like this is that we're able to paint the country culturally for you, from east to west. And we're going to do that with each one of our correspondents in every one of our regions, beginning with Tom Walters, who's in St. John's. Tom.
Well, Lloyd, it is a clear, cold, sparkling night here in the great old city of St. John's, where the year 2000 is barely an hour away. Here on George Street, the city's entertainment strip, there is music and laughter coming from every doorway, and revelers are making their way now down to the harbor front for the centerpiece of this city's New Year's festivities, a great big open-air concert featuring Great Big Sea. We will take you there live later on. Meantime, there is another open-air event going on in Halifax, and Steve Murphy is there. Steve?
Yes, indeed. We're in Grand Parade in Halifax, Tom, and Lloyd, it's already underway here. Crowd of about 10 to 12,000 people ready to be the first on mainland North America to welcome the year 2000. That's about 1 hour and 40 minutes from now. Lots of entertainment coming up here tonight, including Ashley McIsaac. Now to CTV's Scott Laurie in Montreal.
Speaking of entertainment, there's definitely a lot of entertainment going on here in Montreal. The main course right now is definitely the Celine Dion concert that's just about underway here at the Molson Center where we're standing. She's giving her farewell performance. She does have another one tomorrow night, but it's private. This is her last one in front of 21,000 fans. Also in Montreal, outdoor dancing in Old Montreal and fireworks on top of the mountain. Now we go to Toronto where Paul Maguire is also going to be looking at some fireworks.
That's right, we're at Avro Quay at the foot of Yonge Street in downtown Toronto, where the city's throwing a little party. Over 100,000 revelers are expected to drop by to bring in the new year with some fireworks. But since it is the millennium, any old fireworks display would just not do. This promises to be the biggest fireworks display the city and the country has ever seen. Now out to Winnipeg and Jonathan Gravener.
Thanks, Paul. I've been told it's going to reach about 40 below tonight with the wind chill, but I've been told not to worry because it's a dry cold. And it certainly hasn't kept Winnipeggers in. There's entertainment all over the city tonight, including here at McPhillip Street Station Casino, where Burton Cummings and Amy Sky will be playing. Sold-out crowd here across the city. There will be Tom Cochrane playing. At the Forks Family Entertainment, including the Reverend Elvis Priestley, will be renewing the vows of some 200 couples. I hope it's a lot warmer in Calgary with Jane Kerrigan. Jane?
Thanks a lot, Jonathan. It is actually quite warm for Calgary tonight. We're down live in downtown Calgary at Olympic Plaza, where thousands of people have already gathered for Calgary's Millennium celebrations. Tens of thousands more are expected down here tonight to see some great entertainment. Michelle Wright, a great Canadian country singer, will take the stage tonight. CTV's Mike Bullard is down here entertaining everybody, and also a lot of great musical acts. And I hear it's just as nice up in Edmonton with Daryl McIntyre.
Just as nice. Thanks, Jane. Nice jacket, by the way. Welcome to Edmonton, Canada.
We are right in the heart of the City of Champions at Sir Winston Churchill Square. We should be joined by some 70,000 people before the night is done. Over in West Edmonton, the Philosopher Kings are playing at Reds. We'll be taking you there live as well tonight on our CTV coverage. Let's see what's going on in Vancouver. Colin Gray standing by. Hey, Colin.
Thanks, Daryl. Well, we're a few hours from any kind of partying here in Vancouver, but Lou Bega, he of the Mambo No. 5 fame, is gearing up just around the corner. Over my shoulder, there's another party across the water, and for those of you who are into face painting and banging your guitar, we've got Kiss at the other end of town. Mostly, though, we'll just be watching the Millennium clocks tick down because we get to watch them all before ours does. Back to you, Lloyd.
Right you are, Colin. You get to watch them all before anybody else does, but you've got a beautiful place to watch them because obviously it's nice and warm out there tonight. You see those other people in their parkas and mucklucks. We'll be going to Ottawa in a little while too, and we understand it's pretty cold there. Now, we are going to be hearing from Celine Dion. We know that many of you are waiting for that one, and that will be coming up in about an hour from now. But first, to the place where the Millennium Wave is going to hit North America at the very beginning. Newfoundland. Tom Walters is there. This is the first place in Canada and North America to welcome the year 2000. It's a good spot for it. There are a few people who like to party more than Newfoundlanders, right, Tom?
Well, that's absolutely right, Lloyd. And there's more to it, of course, than just the fact that this will be the first New Year's in North America. Newfoundland, of course, has a unique time zone. That means when the spotlight strikes this island, Newfoundland won't have to share it with any other place. So there's a real sense here that when Newfoundlanders party, the whole world will be watching.
In the final hours of 1999, a working seaport becomes an open-air showplace. On stage, a band is warming up, or trying to warm up. Great Big Sea is getting ready to play late into a cold December night and on into a January morning.
We're spanning 2 millenniums this evening. I'm not sure if anyone's ever done that before.
Certainly not in North America, where Newfoundland will be first into the new year. While some thought that would mean a boom in tourism, it hasn't really. Nearly a third of St. John's hotel rooms are vacant, and the airlines actually had to cancel flights. Still, many have come.
We're coming to welcome in 2000.
Like Shirley McLean from Halifax, or Wade Jensen from Powell River, BC.
I was thinking what I want to do for New Year's. This guy happens to be a Newfie, happens to phone me up at the moment. I thought what I want to do. I took it as a sign from God and said, let's go to Newfoundland. He said, yeah, let's do it.
And these people came from Arnprior, Ontario by car. Whose idea was that?
Paul's.
Mine.
35 grueling hours on the road, and someone got carsick.
Well, it wasn't me, but him.
I'll tell you one thing, he's a screamer.
But they have no regrets. They're as convinced as the people who live here that this is the place to see in the year 2000.
You got the luckiest assignment in Canada right here, I'm telling you right now.
No question about it.
And whether the whole world has come here or not hardly matters. Newfoundland's celebration is going to the world.
I just think it could be time when the North America's best kept secret becomes the best unkept secret.
Well, less than an hour from now. And Time, international television, and entertainers like Great Big Sea will do their parts to unkeep that secret, Lloyd.
Tom, obviously the world is moving there for a lot of excitement. Are people there excited about this opportunity to say hello to the world?
Oh, there's no question about that. As you mentioned earlier, this is a town that likes to celebrate, and people are primed for it. We've got revelers pouring out into the streets now on George Street, making their way down to the harbor front, and it's expected that there will be 50,000 or more of them for the concert there that you'll see live on CTV later on tonight.
All right, thanks very much, Tom. We'll see you later. Well,
thank you, Lloyd.
Evening.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. Same to you, Tom. See you later, though. Before New Year's, I think. A night like this would not be complete, of course, without our Ottawa Bureau Chief and my dear old friend Craig Oliver being with us from Parliament Hill and, of course, with the Prime Minister. Come in, Craig.
Hi, Lloyd. Here's Prime Minister Chrétien. Thanks for dropping around.
Hello. How are you? Happy New Year to all of you.
Almost Happy New Year, anyway.
Yes.
Now, look, let me ask you first. I suppose one reason for Canadians to be happy is this Winnipeg woman has been released safely. Are you happy about that?
No, we're very happy about it. You know, it is a good way to terminate that. It was an extremely difficult situation for the government of India, and I'm happy with the results.
By the way, your friend Boris Yeltsin resigned today. Do you have any comment about that? People are wondering if this is going to introduce instability in Russia because he quit?
No, I don't think so. I think that he decided to go a bit early. You know, it was his own decision. He felt it was a good time for him to go. But as you know, he was not in great health. His legs and his heart were not in good shape. He was quite strong anyway, but we expected him to leave before the end of his term. I think politically it's perhaps a good move for him to more or less have his prime minister to be the interim president. Might be giving him a break for the election.
Now, in his Millennium address to the Russians, he announced that he was leaving. You're not going to do that are you?
No, because, you know, I told you in July that I was to stay, and I would stay, but I'm in good health, and I'm in good spirit, and the country is in good mood, and the party is very united at this time. So everything is quite fine, and I'm ready to do a good job in the new year.
Well, Laurier now promised us that the 20th century was going to belong to us. It really turned out more to be America's century. What do you expect for Canada in the 21st?
You know, if you look at the number of population, of course, it was probably not what he meant. But we're finishing the century after 6 years where the United Nations said of Canada that we have the best quality of life in the world. So, and we're entering into the new years in a very good position. The economy is functioning very well. Unemployment is going down. Interest rates are the lowest in the years, and we have to manage a budget that is in surplus, and we managed to put money in social program like homeless and helping the family with children and so on. So I think that, of course, we still have problems. We'll always have problems. But, you know, for me, as been a prime minister now more than 6 years, I'm in my 7th years, I travel a little bit too much for my liking. But whenever I come back to Canada, I say to myself, gee, you know, it's kind of easy compared to my colleagues around the world.
Prime Minister, thanks very much. We both spent a good part of the last century in this
Yes, I want to
place.
be with the people. The people are arriving on the hill. I think it will be a very good party. So Happy New Year.
Yeah, the same to you.
To all of you guys.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Prime Minister. Craig, I was just going to ask him, what are his plans for New Year's Eve and tomorrow? Do you know? He's gone.
He's off like a shot. I think his plans are to do some private business, not private business, but spend time with his family. He's going to head to Shawinigan pretty quickly to their cottage up there. At about 10:40 tonight, he's making a live address to the nation and also to the people who are gathered here for the festivities and the show that takes place here starting at about 11 o'clock.
Craig, are you cold?
Look, Lloyd, I've been colder. I spent 2 weeks in a tent at the northern tip of Ellesmere Island. Now, that was cold. I finally had to be taken out by a helicopter. So this is a pretty pleasant evening here. It's our country. We're Canadians. We're a northern country. Frankly, I'm loving it.
Rah, rah, good for you. Yes, you and I spent some time, as a matter of fact, on the coast of the Arctic Ocean, if you remember that.
More than 30
years ago. Yes, a long time ago. So we're used to the cold. Thanks very much, Craig.
Good
See
night,
you later.
Lloyd. Thank you.
Well, this is an evening when many of you are thinking about the past 10 years, perhaps the last 50 years. You're playing trivia games about what went on over the past century. We'd like to prod your memory now and help you with some of your own speculations and reminiscences. We're going to play a very familiar piece of music and show you some pictures that may bring on some memories of this past century. Let's listen.
That the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. I say we must act now.
These forces to lay down their arms and to surrender unconditionally.
Angelina.
President Kennedy is dead.
Free at last! Free at last! Thank God Almighty! We are free at last! It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
This is the second largest city in New York. 300,000+ people have lived together peacefully, loving each other.
Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
If you think the world was surprised when Nixon resigned, wait till I kick Fulham's behind.
U.S. President Carter and Soviet President Leonid Brezhnev today ended 7 years of hard bargaining.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Hello, Canada and hockey fans in the United States.
How far would you go with that? How far would you extend that? Well, just watch me.
YA has it on that way. Here's a shot. Henderson made a wild stab for spell. Here's another shot. Right by the door. Henderson has scored for Canada.
We got to go home and try and do some more treatment. All I can say is that if there's any way I can get out there again and finish it, I will.
Vive le Québec! Vive le Canada!
Right off to St. John's, Newfoundland, where the celebration is beginning. And as a matter of fact, when you think of it, St. John's has a lot to celebrate because they weren't even part of Canada at the beginning of this century. And Marconi received his first transatlantic radio signal from there in 1901, just at the turn of the century. Here's Kim Stockwit in St. John's.
It's a marshmallow world in the winter when the snow comes to cover the ground. It's time for play. It's a whipped cream day. I wait for it the whole year round. Those are marshmallow clouds being friendly in the arms of the evergreen trees. Yeah, the sun is red like a pumpkin head. Shining so your nose won't freeze. Yeah, the world is a snowball. See how it goes. That's how it goes. Whenever it snows. Yeah, the world is a snowball. Just for a song. Get out and roll it along. It's a yum-yummy world made for sweethearts. Take a walk with your favorite girl. It's a sugar date. What if spring is late? In winter it's a marshmallow world. It's a marshmallow world in the winter when the snow comes to cover the ground. It's time for play. It's a whipped cream day. I wait for it the whole year round. Those are my the sun is red, like a pumpkin head. It's shining so your nose won't freeze. Yeah, the world is a snowball. See how it goes. That's how it goes. Whenever it snows. Yeah, the world is a snowball. Just for a song. Get out and roll it along. Oh, it's a young kind of world made for sweethearts. Take a walk with your favorite girl. It's a sugar date. What if spring is late and winter is a marshmallow? In winter it's a marshmallow. Big fluffy white Newfoundland marshmallow. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Beautiful people.
You're ringing in the millennium with CTV.
Alan, this is a superhero party?
Listerine is a hero, hun. An action hero. Bigger guns.
What?
See? It fights the evil gingivitis.
Oh, you are so weird.
Want to see my germ-killing action?
No. He's good. Oh, yeah. He's my hero.
Listerine, the action hero for your gums.
Never let a small thing stand in your way, 'cause the world's yours to embrace. With all your heart you must follow. Keep your eyes on tomorrow. Follow what's deep inside you and do what you gotta do. Faith in you. Out of all the things.
If you knew someone in cancer treatment who required blood, if you knew a burn victim who needed plasma, if you knew that 1 unit of blood could help save 4 lives, would you say another time? Would you save a life? Blood, it's in you to give.
I want to learn. I love to teach.
I want a job.
I need some help.
I need to buy.
I have things to sell.
The internet is helping Canadians connect, and the Government of Canada has programs that help. Computers for Schools provides computers. SchoolNet and LibraryNet help provide internet access. Campus WorkLink NGR connects young people with jobs. And Community Access connects Canadians to each other and the world. For a free Connecting Canadians information kit, call 1-800-O-CANADA.
I really need a manicure.
Oh, yeah, me too. You guys hear about the new engine Bubba Big Daddy Wallace is bringing to Daytona? What?
You mean that bored out number with the aluminum heads?
Yeah, we're talking 525 pounds of torque behind 490 horses.
525 pounds?
Yeah.
Of torque.
I ain't lying.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Well, that's why he's the king of the high bank short track.
CTV 2000 New Year's celebration is brought to you in part by the new Tostitos bite-sized rounds.
Yes, and we can feel the momentum building. Look at this in New York. Rosemary Thompson is down there somewhere in that square of a couple of million people. Rosemary, hi. Say hello to us if you can hear us and tell us what it's like in Times Square tonight. Is every second person there a security person?
Well, there are about 8,000 police officers in and around Times Square tonight. It's an incredible situation here. About 2 million people are expected in this area tonight. And we've got about, 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. I want to let you know, Lloyd, that the fashion statement in New York right now are these glasses. The 2,000 sunglasses. How do you like them, Lloyd? I think I'll bring them back to you when I get back to Montreal. Anyway, it's been a fabulous day.
Wonderful. Wonderful. No, it looks great there. I laughed at Rudy Giuliani. He said, we're going to get 2 million people. We'll get 6 million if we try and scare people away with security concerns. Have you talked to anybody who was very concerned there about security?
Certainly the mayor was out in force today talking to a lot of people to make sure that people felt reassured. You know, they had an arrest yesterday in Brooklyn to let people know. They arrested this man who was associated with the Madrasam, and they said that there was actually no threat on New York itself. So that, I think, has reassured many people because the crowds are out here tonight.
Obviously some singing going on in the background. Sounds like a hymn of some kind. Not quite of a celebratory nature yet, more reflective, eh?
Yes, that's right. What they've been doing every hour on the hour, they celebrate midnight in whichever country it's coming to. So soon it's coming to Argentina and Chile and also to Greenland. And so every time we have a different feeling of different culture, which is really fabulous. So actually we'll be celebrating in 9 minutes in Chile. So happy New Year's to Chile.
Happy New Year to you, Rosie. There's a monstrous spider there, taller than you are. Stay away from him.
Okay, I'll be careful. You're welcome.
Thank you, Rosemary. And just down the road there in Washington, D.C., Alan Fryer on the grounds of the White House. Alan, what's the latest from there?
Well, Lloyd, the president just on his way over to the Lincoln Memorial for the celebrations. This is really going to be the biggest New Year's celebration that Washington has ever put on. The president is going to make a speech just before midnight. I don't know what kind of effect that's going to have on the party, but just before midnight as well, he's going to light a fuse, which is going to touch off what, by all accounts, is going to be an absolutely fantastic fireworks display on the mall here in Washington.
All right, Alan, we'll be watching for that a little later, and we have much more to come, including more of Great Big Sea out of Newfoundland. This is back to New York, Times Square, and there's the count, 2 hours, 7 minutes, 46 seconds to midnight Eastern Standard Time. We'll be right back after this very brief break when we have Celine Dion and others to come.
We saved $2,000.
No frills, no gimmicks, low-cost warehouse concept really saves you money on fine furniture and mattresses.
And I saved over $300.
United Furniture Warehouse.
Riots in Seattle, war in Chechnya, more bills this month than last. Does it ever end? That's why I'm glad that each year Christmas comes before New Year's Day. It's the promise that real hope was born in that manger 2,000 years ago. So whether the new millennium shines brighter than the old one, or your personal dreams come true, it's good to remember that God's hope springs eternal. His name is Jesus. Think about it.
May all the blessings of the holiday season be yours. Season's greetings from Calvary Assembly, Cambridge.
We saved over $300.
No frills, no gimmicks, low-cost warehouse concept really saves you money on fine furniture and mattresses.
And saved over $1,500.
United Furniture Warehouse.
This is a special report from CKCO News.
It's New Year's Eve and we are live at Kitchener's Victoria Park with the 1999 year 2000 edition of Festival of the Night. As you can hear, the party is cooking here. A little earlier, we had the tribute band Spice on stage. Right now, Polly and the Greaseballs are winding up another fun number, and the crowd here of about 500 or so right now is having having a great time. Bonfires, all kinds of goodies. Kids are having a great time. A lot of family entertainment here tonight. Much of it was centered up at Kitchener City Hall, and that's wrapping up pretty soon with a fireworks show at 10 o'clock, and we'll bring you that a little bit later. CKCO crews have been out and about around our viewing area tonight. We got over to Brantford City Mall over there, had a great party tonight. That was the first tradition ever for the family's first party. They had games for the kids, all kinds of party games, still walking competitions, wheelchair races, you name it. They thought up all kinds of great things to keep families and children entertained for a couple of hours over at the Brantford Mall. And we made it over to Guelph tonight as well for Sparkles in the Park. Beautiful light displays to tour at Riverside Park. And the real show was in the sky as the Rotary Club hosted a fabulous fireworks display at about 8 o'clock tonight. Here's what it looked like. All right, we are live in Victoria Park at Kitchener. We'll be back in about an hour.
Well, we are really living a visual feast tonight from all over the place. Now, this is in St. John, New Brunswick, where thousands of people are gathering on a bridge, and they're spelling out St. John 2000 with glow sticks. Fireworks at Fort Howe. And back to New York now. There's that giant spider I was telling you about. That's certainly taller than Rosemary Thompson, so you'd better stay away from him. As you can tell, there's all sorts of fun there. And, of course, the Peace Tower in Ottawa. Canadian parachutists will be on that tower leading up to midnight, and we'll be right back.
You've heard it all before. So what are you going to do? What are you going to be? How are you going to get there? Work is changing. You've got a lot of good choices out there. There's a lot opening up, but it won't just happen. Take on your future. Get the skills you need.
Call Canada's Youth Employment Strategy, 1-800-935-5555 for useful career planning information. A message from the Government of Canada.
There's a lot to be said for clarity in life and in finances. Clarica, investment and insurance solutions.
Eddie, what flowers would complement a nice arrangement of daffodils?
What?
Nothing.
Come to think of it, Wavy, a tiny sprig of baby's breath and a little bit of ivy would make a lovely compliment.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Chrysanthemums.
Pink hydrangea. They're nice.
Hey, where can I freshen up?
Clairol Herbal Essences is changing shampooing from a chore to an all-out joy.
Yes! 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 So is my car ready?
It'll be a little while longer.
Herbal Essences, a totally organic experience.
The four-door Pontiac Sunfire now comes with 4-speed automatic, power locks, and remote keyless entry, which means you can unlock all 4 doors, or just one. The Pontiac Sunfire 2000 Value Package. A ton of added features, $218 a month or 1.9% purchase financing. Pontiac Sunfire, built for drivers.
This Christmas, Jim Carrey is Andy Kaufman.
I've always got to be one step ahead of them.
And Andy Kaufman is
Insane.
Comic genius.
Crazy. Brilliant.
the Man on the Moon. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
Sunday on CTV.
You are sentenced to imprisonment for life.
Winner of 6 Gemini Awards, including Best Actor Ian Tracy, Best Actress Sabrina Gerdovich.
I did not kill Gail Miller.
Airing for the first time nationwide.
I'm innocent.
The true nightmare of David Milgaard.
Did you know there's never been a non-capital murder conviction overturned in the history of this country?
History changed. Milgaard, Sunday at 9 on CTV.
Would you admit to something you didn't do?
CTV 2000 New Year's Celebration is brought to you in part by the Government of Canada.
Still to come on CTV 2000 New Year's Celebration. Live performances from Celine Dion, Bryan Adams, Great Big Sea, Ashley McIsaac, Burton Cummings, Blue Rodeo, Michelle Wright, The Philosopher Kings, and Lou Bega. Now, from our New Year's studios, here's your host, Lloyd Robertson.
Good evening. Yes, the year 2000 is sweeping toward North America. Just 1/2 hour until it touches Newfoundland. And we are here with you to welcome the new century to Canada on this night of a lifetime. A night for reflection, resolution, and celebration. This New Year's Eve 1999 is one of those markers in our lives. We'll all remember where we were and what we were doing on this night, and we would like to help make it memorable for you. Through 6 time zones over the next 6.5 hours, we'll join the parties as the millennium bounces across the country and throughout North America, including New York's Times Square. We saw some pictures of that a moment ago, including Ottawa and the Peace Tower. We'll also go where the year 2000 has been a reality for several hours now. We'll be watching the sunrise in South Africa and over the pyramids in Egypt. We'll also keep you up to date with all important news developments. And we would like to welcome, especially right now, those viewers who have just joined us in British Columbia, having watched Tony Parsons' newscast. Good evening. Welcome to all of you. You'll enjoy the show because we have a lot coming up. Through it all, we want to have fun, of course, and a lot of it. And who better to lead the way on that front than the most successful late-night talk show host Canada has ever seen, our very own Mike Bullard, who is standing out in the cold in Calgary. At least it looks that way, Mike.
Hello,
Hi.
Lloyd.
Hi.
Lloyd, there's almost an eerie, pervasive quiet here at Olympic Square, which you may not pick up on due to all the noise. People here are reeling over Boris Yeltsin's resignation. Like myself, many of them assume that Boris Yeltsin has been dead since 1992. But if you take a look behind me, Lloyd, you'll see that one fear has dissipated. There will be no fiddle shortage, Lloyd. Let's get a shot of the stage. Look at all those fiddles, Lloyd. And on an even happier note, Lloyd, I'm proud to say that I have Boris Yeltsin's replacement with me. Come on over, Barry. This is Barry Knoll, retired RCMP officer from Calgary, who's been chosen to replace Boris Yeltsin for one very obvious reason. How are you, Barry?
Good.
Say hi to Lloyd Robertson.
Yeah, Lloyd, good to talk to you. I was watching you earlier on as you took us on a tour of the world. And here we are, right down in downtown Calgary, having a heck of a good time.
I already said that, Barry. Were you doubting me? We're in downtown Calgary. Lloyd believes me.
Hey, you want to be Boris or not? I mean,
all right, you got to be Boris. All right, you got to be Boris. Go over and have a drink. Go on.
Does he go to masquerade parties as Boris Yeltsin? He must.
Yeah, he must, I guess. Hey, Lloyd, I don't want to be pushy or anything, and I know you're busy, but can I get one of those little CTV signs for my microphone?
Yeah, how did we miss that with you? We'll get right on to corporate affairs and try to fly one out to you tonight.
All right, buddy.
Okay.
All right. So now, Lloyd, without any further ado, I would like to throw to Jeff Hutchison in St. John's, Newfoundland. Lloyd?
To George Street here in St. John's, Newfoundland, and I'll tell you something here. We've got the Ocean X exhibit going on. You just heard Kim Stockwood. People are pouring down to the harbor to see that, and George Street is buzzing here. Now, I was asked to put together a Y2K survival kit for St. John's, Newfoundland. So I thought about this quite a bit. And sure, I got the regular stuff. I got myself a great looking hat. I got myself, a bottle of water in case something happens. I got myself a candle. I got myself a flashlight. I got batteries. But you know something? It dawned on me that all I need to survive the new year in St. John's, Newfoundland is in this cooler. And I want to show you what it is. When you come to St. John's, This is all you need. Yes, it's a Newfoundland codfish. This is one of the intricate parts of being screeched, and once you've been screeched, they tell me, that's all you need. So I'm banking my money on that tonight here in St. John's. We're going to have a great time. And now let's send you to Ellie Harvey in Vancouver to find out how they're getting ready for the year 2000. Ellie.
Hey, Jeff. You know, when people think of Vancouver, they usually think of two things, rain and the X-Files. But actually, we're a West Coast unique culture. Unique culture to Canada, that's right. And we celebrate in a uniquely West Coast way. We like to start off the evening with, let's say, a decaf mocha extra hot, no whip. That's always nice. And there we have, no, actually, you know what? I like caffeine. Maybe a little grande latte el dope. That'd be nice. Thanks. So actually, how about a coffee? No coffee? Okay, I'll take this one then. Okay. And then we like to get all gussied up in our finest Birkenstocks. Then maybe a nice hemp linen skirt, some fleece, and Gore-Tex. Lots and lots of Gore-Tex. And as the adults are sipping on their Okanagan Sparkling White or chugging a kokanee, the children like to play the traditional Western game, Pin the Blame on Toronto, which I loved to play as a kid, except I'd always miss and hit Kitchener. Yeah. And at midnight, what we do is we take down all our decorations and we release the previously captive Christmas trees back into the wild. Yeah.
Be free, little one, be free.
Now, you're a little early there. Yeah. And tomorrow on New Year's Day, we'll all gather together and randomly select a name from the phone book, and this person will become our next premier. Yeah. And then we'll turn on him. So I can't wait for the festivities to begin. Mike? Oh, Lloyd.
It's okay. He's better looking, I know, and he wears a nice toque, but it's back with me in the CTV 2000 Central. Ellie, thanks very much. Mike will be back, though. Don't worry. We're going to Newfoundland very shortly because they are really warming up for the big celebration there. Great Big Sea is on stage right now, a wonderful group. They've sold all kinds of albums, but I don't think they've ever had a top 40 hit. Aw. Here they are on stage in St. John's. Great Big Sea.
Donkey riding, way, and away we go, riding on a donkey. Was you ever in Quebec, launching timber on the deck, where you'll break your bleeding neck, riding on a donkey? Way, and away we go, donkey riding, way, and away we go, riding on a donkey. Was you ever around Cape Horn, where the weather's never warm? Wish to God you'd never been born, riding on a donkey. Way, hey, and away we go, donkey riding, way, hey, and away we go, riding on a donkey. Was you ever in Miramichi, where you tie up to a tree, and the girls sit on your knee, riding on a donkey? Way, hey, and away we go, donkey riding, way, hey, and away we go, riding on a donkey. Was you ever in Fortune Bay, hear the girls all shout hooray, here comes Dad with 10 months pay, riding on a donkey. Way, hey, and away we go, donkey riding, way, hey, and away we go, riding on a donkey. Was you ever in St. John's Town, see the king, he just come down, see the king in his golden crown, riding on a donkey. Way, hey, and away we go, donkey riding, way, hey, and away we go, riding on a donkey. Way, hey, and away we go, donkey riding, way, hey, and away we go, riding on a donkey. I am the fountain of affection, I'm the instrument of joy, and to keep the good times rolling, I'm the boy, you know the world could be your oyster, if you just put your trust in me. 'cause we'll keep the good times rolling. Wait and see, wait and see. I'll wait and see. No. There's exultation and there's sweet disintegration. There's a few discolorations when it comes along. You know what his body chooses, all the kisses and the bruises. There ain't nothing he refuses when it comes along. It comes along, and I have lived it. Oh, when I am lifted, I have lived it. When I'm up, I can't get down, can't get down, can't get level. When I'm up, I can't get down, get my feet back on the ground. When I'm up, I can't get down, can't get down, can't get level. When I'm up, I can't get down, get my feet back on the ground. Now you just need something to blind him, something to wind him up. You won't take long to find it when it comes on strong. Wise guys are grinning and the street lights are spinning. The night is just beginning when it comes on strong. It comes on strong, and I am lifted. Oh, when I am lifted, I am lifted. When I'm up, I can't get down, can't get down, can't get level. When I'm up, I can't get down, get my feet back on the ground. When I'm up, I can't get down, can't get down, can't get level. When I'm up, I can't get down, get my feet back on the ground. See, no, I can't get down. No, 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 I can't get down. Oh, it comes on strong, and I am lifted. Oh, it comes on strong, and I am lifted. Oh, and I am lifted, I am lifted. When I'm up, I can't get down, can't get down, can't get level. When I'm up, I can't get down, get my feet back on the ground. I said when I'm up. Get my feet back on the ground. When I'm up, I can't get down, can't get down, can't get level. When I'm up, I can't get down, get my feet back on the ground. Say no, I can't get down. And I don't, no, 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 I can't get down. No, 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 no. Oh, Lord, I know, I can't get down.
There's much more to come as New Year's rolls across the country. You're watching CTV 2000 New Year's Celebration.
Reuben Carter was sentenced to be imprisoned for life.
This January, I'm dead. Just bury me, please. Experience the epic story of a champion's fight for justice.
The man's innocent, yet he's been in jail 16 years. It's not right.
Here comes the story of the hurricane.
You give me hope, and it's more powerful than a fist can ever be. Denzel Washington.
Justice. That's all right.
The Hurricane. Now in select theaters. Opens January 21st everywhere.
I really need a manicure.
Oh, yeah, me too. You guys hear about the new engine Bubba Big Daddy Wallace is bringing to Daytona?
What? You mean that bored out number with the aluminum heads?
Yeah, we're talking 525 pounds of torque behind 490 horses.
525 pounds?
Yeah.
Of torque.
I ain't lying.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Well, that's why he's the king of the high bank short track.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Albert. I'm Andrew's best friend. He's 7. He tells me everything, all his secrets. Stuff like how his mom beats him. But I can't help, because I'm just a teddy bear. You and I both know, teddy bears can't talk.
There is someone kids like Andrew can turn to at any time. Kids Help Phone. With your donation, no kid has to feel alone.
Did you ever take a fight on short notice?
How short? For $100,000.
We want a guaranteed title shot in the contract.
Could you knock out your best friend?
Why are you guys fighting?
Because they pay us.
Woody Harrelson, Antonio Banderas.
Kiss I might do that, you know? Because ever since you shave your head, you look so pretty.
Play it to the bone.
I just don't like you.
Knockout. That's incredible.
I don't like you either.
Starts Friday, January 14th.
On stage in Halifax.
ASN, we know you're all out there having a great time. Hello, Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. We wanted to do this lovely little song to open up because it's from a band called Boston. And it's what tonight is about. It's about more than a feeling. Ya look, yeah. Yes, I woke up this morning. More than a feeling. Sorry, stop, everybody. Stop. That was the wrong song. Sorry, we're in Nova Scotia.
That's wonderful. It was the wrong song. He said, we're in Nova Scotia. Come on, pick it up, guys. Ashton McIsaac in Halifax. We're there, of course, getting ready for their midnight, which is about 40 minutes away. Newfoundland is counting down to its midnight, which is about 10 minutes from now. Ashley McIsaac, Devil in the Kitchen.
Ashley McIsaac, welcome back, dear. Happy New Year.
Liz, Happy New Year to you.
Nice to see you, my dear. You're so warm and fuzzy.
Oh, and yourself, too. She's warm and fuzzy, ladies and gentlemen.
And I can speak from experience, so is Mr. McIsaac. Nice to see you back in this part of the world. You just put out a brand new album.
I did.
And you're playing all over the place.
Some days.
Yeah, and just relaxing other days.
Well, this is the new millennium, so Happy New Year!
I understand you have a special guest on this next tune. I met her in the wings.
My sister Lisa is here with me this evening, yes?
Well,
and she's great.
Well, my dear, I've seen those feet a-flying. Let's get her out here, and why don't you keep going? You're doing an excellent job. Look at her, my gosh. Here he is for you, ladies and gentlemen, with a sister. And wishing you Happy New Year. Ashley McIsaac, take it away.
This is in dedication to our fellow Nova Scotian, Mr. Hank Snow. As far as entertainers go, he was a Nova Scotian.
And we are going to move gently but quickly further east to Newfoundland, where they are now in the final moments of the count to the Newfoundland Midnight. This is the first place the Millennium touches North America. Less than 6 minutes to go, and this is Great Big Sea performing on stage there. There are probably about 1 billion people from all over the world watching the show being staged on the harborfront in St. John's tonight. Big time production number here from Great Big Sea. And this will take us right to their midnight. First time the Millennium touches North America, right here in proud old St. John's, Newfoundland. Yes, it's been part of Canada for over 50 years now, joining in 1949 but it has a tradition that goes way back, of course, to John Cabot's time of 1497.
This moment, celebrate, feel the magic around us everywhere. Friends are on to share. The time is finally here. Let's celebrate Newfoundland and Labrador our way.
Newfoundland and Labrador welcomes the new millennium to North America in 60 seconds. 60 seconds to the new year 2000. 60! New year is coming and the future is shining in the new millennium. It's celebrating for the new year is coming. 50!
Newfoundland and Labrador saying hello to the world. Possibly 1 billion people tuned in around the world for this broadcast, and saying hello to the rest of Canada as well. Great to see Newfoundlanders in such a good mood tonight, because they have had their bad times over the past 50 years. But tonight they've forgotten all about that, and actually they've had some pretty good times the last couple of years. I run into Premier Brian Tobin, who's out there in that crowd tonight somewhere. I run into him occasionally, and he says all the time, Lloyd, we're doing well. We're doing well, you know. We have great gross domestic product. The province is better than it's ever been. Now, he, of course, is the Premier, speaking for his own party, but there is a sense of euphoria in Newfoundland at the turn of the millennium. It's almost as though people sense that better times are coming. Jeff Hutchison is there, still in that crowd somewhere, as we watch the beautiful fireworks going up over the harbor and over the stage out into the Narrows. Jeff, would you agree that people there are feeling great as the century turns?
I'll tell you what, Lloyd, I'm at Greensleeves on George Street, and what's happened is all of the bars here on George Street, the major pub and bar area, have gone down to Ocean X where this is taking place. Cab drivers have stopped. I mean, people who would normally work have stopped. Newfoundlanders wanted to be a part of Debut 2000, they called it. They wanted to be a part of North America, welcoming the millennium to North America. The year 2000 starts here in Newfoundland for Canada and will go across the country. And I can tell you, you mentioned the word pride, and that is what I have heard here for the last 48 hours, the pride of Newfoundlanders, what they've accomplished, and the party they are throwing for the rest of the world. And boy, I'll tell you, these pictures speak for themselves.
They do indeed. And you know, Newfoundland has a lot to be proud of going way back, because Charles Lindbergh, when he sailed on his solo flight to Paris, took his solo flight to Paris, France in 1927, the Cabot Tower there was one of the last places he spotted. In fact, it was the last place before he took off out across the Atlantic. So Newfoundland has been saying hello, and now we're going to Halifax, straight back to Halifax, where they're beginning the countdown for their midnight. Ashley McIsaac will be back in a few minutes. We're going to take a break, and we will be right back.
Eddie, what flowers would complement a nice arrangement of daffodils?
What? Nothing.
Come to think of it, Wavy, a tiny sprig of baby's breath and a little bit of ivy would make a lovely compliment.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Chrysanthemums.
Well, pink hydrangea. They're nice.
Yeah, the special tonight is an herb supreme. Capsicum, sage thyme, stuffed with duxelle, lying on an emotion le pessimeux classé with noisette spatula.
Wow. What is that?
Excuse me, it's chicken.
There's a lot to be said for clarity in life and in finances. Clarica, investment and insurance solutions.
So, you're quitting smoking. Great.
I'm giving it my best shot.
It's never easy, but we can help.
With what?
Your willpower and Nicoderm.
The patch?
It's the patch most recommended by doctors. See, only Nicoderm has a rate-controlling membrane. It helps control your cravings whenever you need it, 24 hours a day.
And it works?
Well, it's working for me.
You smoke?
Not anymore.
Nicoderm, most recommended by doctors.
Alan, this is a superhero party?
Listerine is a hero, hon. An action hero. Big guns.
What?
See? It fights the evil gingivitis.
Oh, you are so weird.
Want to see my germ-killing action?
No. He's good. Oh, yeah. He's my hero.
Listerine, the action hero for your gums.
Right now, the Sunfire Coupe comes with ABS brakes, a 6-speaker CD stereo, and a new 5-speed Getrag transmission, which makes changing gears really smooth. The Pontiac Sunfire 2000 value package. A ton of extra features, $188 a month or 1.9% purchase financing. Pontiac Sunfire, built for drivers.
I really need a manicure.
Oh, yeah, me too. You guys hear about the new engine Bubba Big Daddy Wallace is bringing to Daytona?
What? You mean that bored out number with the aluminum heads?
Yeah, we're talking 525 pounds of torque behind 490 horses.
525 pounds?
Yeah.
Of torque.
I ain't lying.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Well, that's why he's the king of the high bank short track.
CTV 2000 New Year's celebration is brought to you in part by the new Tostitos bite-sized rounds.
Give it might start the stop.
The arrival of couples right across the country will be welcoming the arrival of this millennium in their own very special ways. Prince Edward Island decided to harness that romantic energy by trying to set a world record for kissing couples. 1,310 couples locked lips in pursuit of the world record there. Unfortunately, they fell about 200 couples short of the record, but organizers say everybody had fun trying. We can imagine. That was in Prince Edward Island, and of course, in the Maritimes right now, they're getting ready for the midnight in New Brunswick, in Prince Edward Island, and Nova Scotia, and we'll be getting back to Ashley McIsaac very shortly. This is one of those nights when we haven't had enough opportunity to hear from our Holly Doan. On the other hand, it's a good thing that we don't hear from her too often, because it probably means that not very much is happening in a hard news way right around the world. But Holly, we can see you there in that wonderful outfit you're wearing down in our news center. So what is happening elsewhere?
No news is good news tonight, right, Lloyd? We're happy to report tonight that the nation's skies are quiet this hour, that civil aviation authorities say that all systems are go. Fear of the Y2K computer disruptions prompted many travelers to stay put tonight. That led to cancellations of some scheduled flights. Believe it or not, this is Canada's aviation hub. Pearson International Airport in Toronto. The airlines in Canada and the U.S. spent an estimated $1 billion foolproofing their computer systems. Also, well, did you get some money out of the bank today? If you did, you were one of many Canadians who withdrew up to $1 billion. The run on Canadian banks predicted by some Y2K alarmists failed to materialize. The waits for cash at bank machines and at tellers all across our country, from Newfoundland to Vancouver, were very short. Even that was the case at Toronto, at the financial institutions where where you might have expected many people to be withdrawing. There was one alarmed individual at the Royal Bank, though, who we're told withdrew $100,000 in cash just in case. We also want to mention to you tonight that there are some difficulties in France where some of the partying and the mayhem seems to have gotten out of control. There have been 230 injuries and some 40 arrests in France, where the midnight rolled across that country about 4.5 hours ago. They were also somewhat embarrassed, apparently we're told, because the Eiffel Tower blacked out because of the power outages, because of the storms in France these past 2 days. So while the fireworks sparkled across the sky, there were no lights in the Eiffel Tower. We have much more to talk to you about later tonight, but Lloyd, we want to go back to the party.
Yes, we do indeed, Holly, and thank you very much, and we will be back to you later. Amazing, isn't it, to see Pearson Airport in Toronto literally deserted. That's incredible.
Unbelievable.
Steve Murphy is with us from Halifax. And Steve is an old buddy of ours. He's the anchor for the ATV News right through the maritime system there. And Steve, looks like they're warming up big time for midnight in Halifax.
Yes, you know, Lloyd, we're waiting just now for the year 2000 to wash ashore here in mainland North America. What a crowd in Grand Parade in Halifax, which, as you know, Lloyd, is really the heart and soul of Halifax, old Halifax. It's the Grand Parade Square. It's bracketed on the one end by Old City Hall, on the other end by historic St. Paul's Church. And I have to tell you here tonight, between those two buildings, probably something in the order of 20,000 people. They've been listening to Ashley here earlier, and now it's Tony Smith and the Mellotones who are on here. A huge crowd in downtown Halifax tonight. Matter of fact, Lloyd, we've just been told that the Halifax Regional Police Service has now closed off Barrington Street, which is the main thoroughfare that runs just to the east of our broadcast position here, because there are too many people for the Grand Parade. So clearly 25,000, maybe 30,000 people in this immediate area. Some large parties, big ticket parties going on just off to the west of us as well in the World Trade and Convention Center. It's a great night in Halifax, Lloyd.
And now, Steve, do we understand that this is kind of the grand finale, because 99, June, July was the 250th anniversary there,
right,
of Halifax Dartmouth. So is this a big night because of that as well?
It is a big night for that reason, but really we're in the middle of 2 years of celebrating here, because we've just had the 250th birthday of Halifax on this side of the harbor. And then, of course, Lloyd, on the other side, the old town of Dartmouth was founded in 1750. So we're going to have another 250 celebration over there in the year 2000, plus the fabulous return of the tall ships. Do you remember back in '83, Lloyd, not far from where I am here, you anchoring our remarkable broadcast during that wonderful parade of sail? And that's coming
I do
back.
Indeed. Great time. Steve, hang in there, because we're going to be getting back to you as midnight approaches, 17 minutes time in Halifax. Right now, we are going to New York, Times Square. Where else? To have a look at the pictures from there. An hour and a little more until midnight. Here we are. Rosemary Thompson is in the square somewhere. Well, she was there. She's apparently not there anymore, but we're going to check with her a little later to see if she is there. But we're having a look at these wonderful pictures. They're distributing all sorts of things there tonight. As you can see, lots of fanfare, lots of balloons, and they're coming out every hour and distributing particular material regarding whatever midnight is passing around the world. We'll be right back with more after this.
My car is a lot easier to maintain than these ostriches.
Maintenance is important if it's your hair or your car.
You definitely cannot trust an ostrich.
Cars are like old hockey players. They need lots of maintenance. They break down a lot.
I go to Al's place 3 times a year.
Hi, I'm Al.
He comes to my place whenever he needs a meatball.
Get your car or truck ready for winter with the Midas Winter Maintenance Special. It's complete, it's thorough, and it's all just $28.88. And look for new Midas Gold batteries with a 72-month warranty.
The end is here. Further markdowns taken. The end of Canadian Furniture Superstores is here. After years in business, they're going out of business forever. Now additional inventory has been brought into the showroom floor for immediate disposal. Further markdowns taken on all remaining furniture, leather furniture, and mattresses. But hurry, once it's gone for good. Phase 2 of the massive going out of business sale ends soon at Canadian Furniture Superstores. Don't wait, because the end is here.
This is a special report from CKCO News.
festival of the night. A great crowd is gathering down here. They're having a lot of fun. They are rocking to the sounds of some great talent on the stage tonight. One of the tribute bands, Backstreet, is on stage now. These guys are great to listen to. They have drawn thousands upon thousands of young kids to venues like Lulu's, and they're doing the same job down here tonight. Really great music. Have a listen. Okay, there's another fun family party going on in Kitchener-Waterloo tonight, and that was at the Rec Complex. People preferred a little more of the recreational type activity over in Waterloo tonight. They had a lot of fun jumping in the pool, diving in the pool, and doing a little skating over on the ice pad at the Waterloo Rec Complex. And still others preferred some fine dining. There was a wonderful meal at the Charcoal Steakhouse this evening. We're going to see some people out and about at the restaurant. They're enjoying a 6-course meal, toasting with champagne. Happy New Year's. Working like crazy in the kitchen to put out a great meal. But back here at Victoria Park is where the action is tonight. Thousands of people are pouring in now, and it's going to continue until midnight. There are bonfires to keep warm by, great music to keep you dancing, to keep you warm. And right now we're just going to take a look at that crowd and see everybody partying down here. We're having a great time. Let's hear it. All right. They're ready to ring in the year 2000 and have a wonderful time with it. We'll be back in about an hour live from Victoria Park in Kitchener.
Give it up. Great big sea in St. John's where the party isn't over. In fact, it's really just beginning. It's after midnight there. And they're back on stage continuing to entertain the thousands of people who have gathered at the harborfront.
Sing along.
My brothers and sisters of Newfoundland, what would you say if I said that Mary Mac's mother was making Mary Mac
having a good time, boys, in Newfoundland. The Newfoundland Labrador flag being waved there. Go where you're to and I'll come where you're at, and all those other wonderful Newfoundland expressions being shouted back and forth tonight. Now, Jeff Hutchison is on George Street in Newfoundland. The party is going to continue, obviously, all through the night there. And Jeff, where are you, and what's going on, and what's the mood?
Okay, Lloyd, I'm at Greensleeves on George Street in St. John's, Newfoundland, and what I've decided to do here is they've got some things here like an ATM machine, and just seconds ago I tried it. I got my $20 out, and look at this. The receipt says 010100. So in the words of Great Big C, the ATMs are consequence-free. Now, we're going to walk around here. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually place a phone call to my parents in Ontario to check the phone system, and we're going to see if that works as well. And so we know the ATM works, and now we're just waiting to see if the phone will be ringing. And there it is. The phone is ringing, and we're going to walk around here, and there we go. Okay. Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom. From Newfoundland to Ontario. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. All right, take it easy. Now we've got the phone working. The ATMs are working. So far, we're consequence-free. Now we're going to just walk over here by the bar, and our friend Mike here at the bar, and I know it's tough to see me. Could you see if your till is working for us, Mike? All right, here we're back. The till is working. Wonderful. So therefore, what we've got going on in Newfoundland as the year 2000 hits, we've got the cash machine working, we've got the phone working from Newfoundland to Ontario, we've got the till working here, all things run by computer. So you know what? Just to celebrate, we'll get a glass here and we'll pour ourselves a beer. If you can pass me a glass, thank you very much. So we'll pour ourselves a beer. Everything is going great. Phones are going, ATMs are going, cashiers are going. Uh-oh. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, Lloyd. Let's
you mean to say everything's working with the beer tap? You're kidding.
Okay, what?
That's probably a good thing.
I don't know. Oh boy.
Ah, that's not
okay.
Not a happy but it's good news about all that other stuff. Oh, by the way, your wife called.
Okay.
Wanted to know why you didn't call her at midnight local time there.
Well,
so there you go.
Happy anniversary.
You
to her
can't win. Your anniversary, too. Wonderful. Jeff Hutchison in St. John's, Newfoundland, where there's still celebrating and will be for a long time. Back into Halifax now. And we're going to take a look at what's going on there with Ashley McIsaac and the gang. 7 minutes to midnight maritime time. And we will be back. Celine Dion will be coming up after the top of the hour with her farewell concert out of Montreal. And we'll be going right back to Halifax. Back in a moment.
There's a lot to be said for clarity in life and in finances. Clarica, investment and insurance solutions.
If you knew someone in cancer treatment who required blood, if you knew a burn victim who needed plasma, if you knew that 1 unit of blood could help save 4 lives, would you say another time? Would you save a life? Blood, it's in you to give.
Eddie, what flowers would complement a nice arrangement of daffodils?
What?
Nothing.
Come to think of it, Wavy, a tiny sprig of baby's breath and a little bit of ivy would make a lovely compliment.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Chrysanthemums.
Well, pink hydrangea. They're nice.
Pontiac Grand Prix with Y2K. Built for drivers. Wider is better.
The tobacco industry needs your children. It's an economic imperative. One business cycle winds down, another picks up the slack. There's nothing personal. It's just business. Minus a conscience.
A message from the Government of Canada.
Royal Banks over Canada. Tomorrow night at 8 on CTV. Presented by Royal Bank Financial Group. CTV 2000 New Year's Celebration is brought to you in part by Clarica Investments and Insurance Solutions.
Party time in Halifax as we begin the count to the midnight there. It may be 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, but it is midnight coming up in Halifax, in the place they used to call the Warden of the North because of its strategic importance to all of the military units that floated back and forth. And this is the Melatones leading up to Halifax midnight.
Okay, it's time. It is time for the biggest countdown of your lives.
Whoa.
We are ready to roll.
Wow, I'll tell you what. All things are ready to go. Got a bunch of people up here. We're getting close to that.
2 minutes?
Countdown.
2 minutes?
Can you believe that? Yep, 2
Oh
minutes.
my gosh. 2 minutes? Is that all we have left?
That's it.
Get ready to
hey,
you guys. Look at the party, people. Yeah. I can't believe it.
No.
It
now,
seems so quick. This is so
now you talked about.
This is so great.
You talked about what your New Year's resolution was going to be.
What's your New Year's resolution?
I don't make them.
You don't make them?
No, because I hate the disappointment when I break down and don't do them properly. So what I was thinking on doing was getting everybody out here to yell their New Year's Eve resolution to us.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay?
That's a good idea.
So everybody out there has your New Year's
Now,
resolution.
these two folks are well known in the Maritime. Scott Boyd there on the left. Whoops, we just lost him. Scott Boyd on the left anyway, and Liz Rigney on the right. They're the hosts of this Millennium event in Halifax, and I think it's about a minute to go. Take it away.
Oh, yeah. Holy mackerel. We are less than 1 minute away to the year 2000.
We want to hear you all over the globe. We want to hear you in every corner of Atlantic provinces.
There's the screens here. At home you can see it. We have our clock on the screen doing the countdown for you right now.
Less than 30 seconds. 25 seconds, people. 25 seconds. We want to hear you. We want to hear every last one of you.
And get ready for a monster of a fireworks display. It's going to get crazy out here.
Stand by. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Steve, these are wonderful fireworks. Looks like they've had some experience at this kind of thing in Halifax.
They've had a great deal of experience with it, Lloyd, although this is the biggest land-based fireworks display in the history of the Atlantic provinces, we are assured. And I might add that there was some concern about the powerful concussion from the fireworks off City Hall with some of these glass towers nearby. But so far, so good, Lloyd.
Yes, Toronto, which is advertising the largest display in the world at midnight, is going to have trouble topping this one. This is a great one.
Well, I can tell you, we're not only seeing them here, we're feeling them. The concussions are quite remarkable. Once in a millennium, I would say, Lloyd.
Getting a good look at Halifax, almost daylight quality, Steve.
Pretty near, I'll tell you. Pretty near like daylight. So from the year 2000 back to you there in the year 1999, all best wishes to you, Lloyd.
Here comes Old Lang Syne.
Liz Rigney will lead us in Old Lang Syne.
All the acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind. Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the days of old lang syne. Here we go again. All the acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind. Should all acquaintance be forgot and the days of old lang syne. Old lang syne, my dear, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for the days of old lang syne. Happy New Year! Let's keep the party rolling! For the sun was setting in the west, the birds were singing on every tree. All nature seeming flying for rest, but still there was no rest for me. Oh, farewell, Nova Scotia, the sea-bound boat, let your mountains dark and clear I be. Oh, night far away on the briny ocean top, will you ever heave a sigh or a wish for me? Hey! I grieve to leave my native land. I grieve to leave my homeland home. My parents who I love so dear, and the bonny, bonny land who I adore. So farewell to Nova Scotia, the sea-bound boat, let your mountains dark and drear have three brothers, they are at rest. Their arms are folded upon their chest. But a poor simple sailor, man like me, must be tough and driven on the deep blue sea. No, farewell to Nova Scotia, the sea bound coast. Let your mountains dark and drear I be. Oh, when I am far away on the bright ocean top, will you ever heave a sigh or a wish for me? Drums to beat and the wars to allow. My captain called, I must obey. Farewell, farewell to my Nova Scotian home. Return I in the morning and I'm far, far away. Oh, farewell to Nova Scotia, the sea-bound coast. Let your mountains dark and drear I be. But when I'm far away on the bright ocean top, will you ever heave a sigh or a wish for me? So farewell to Nova Scotia, the sea. Come on! Let your mountains dark and drear I be. For when I am far away on the bright ocean top, will you ever heave a sigh or a wish for me? So farewell to Nova Scotia, the sea-bound coast. Let your mountains dark and drear I be. For when I am far away on the bright ocean top, will you ever heave a sigh or a wish for me? Will you ever heave a sigh or a wish for me? Will you ever heave a sigh or a wish for me? Will you ever heave a sigh or a wish for me? Will you ever heave a sigh or a wish for me?
Blueberry Grunts is the name of the group, with farewell to Nova Scotia, and our thanks to the wonderful entertainers we've heard from down there, including Ashley McIsaac, that 24-year-old from Antigonish, Nova Scotia, who is such a big international star now. Now, farewell doesn't mean we won't be going back, because one thing we will be doing tonight as we move across the country east to west is hop back and forth to see how the parties are going on in the east when the west gets its Millennium celebrations going. Well, this is the time in eastern Canada, in Quebec and Ontario, when some of you may be tuning in for the news and seeing me here wondering what's going on at this hour. Well, I can tell you, first of all, that all is quiet in the world. No big news moving tonight. You may have heard that Boris Yeltsin has resigned in Russia as president of Russia. Vladimir Putin has taken over. And also that the hostages have been released from the Indian Airlines plane. That story this morning. They're safe, they're dry, they're home. They're not home yet, but they are in safekeeping overseas. And this is probably a night when a lot of you are reflecting about what's gone on in your lives over the past several years. If you'll just allow me a moment of indulgence, because it is the period when the news is on and I'm usually here, at least for parts of Ontario and Quebec. The picture that comes jumping out to me as I think back on the last several years is the gritty image of Terry Fox. In a year-end poll, he was voted one of the top 3 Canadians of the century. And I can recall following his journey when he started off in Newfoundland. He was determined to walk across Canada to raise money for cancer research. How the crowds grew and the adulations soared as he moved westward. He was saying something very special to us. Here was an average Canadian, one of our own, on a special mission. He was appealing to our collective conscience. Yes, we like to think of ourselves as a kinder, gentler society, but we're also tough survivors in an often brutal climate. And we're courageous when we have to be, just like him. When Terry had to end his run at Thunder Bay, Ontario, A CTV telethon I was honored to host raised $14 million in the cause of cancer research. When he died a few months later in the spring of 1981, all of us who covered the story felt the pain very deeply. And when we looked around, everyone else was crying too. He was our hero. He was one of us. A true grit Canadian.
Garbage, garbage, garbage.
It's gonna kill them.
Pontiac, Montana. Built for drivers and their families. Lease a Pontiac, Montana from $258 a month to get 1.9% purchase financing.
I really need a manicure.
Oh, yeah, me too. You guys hear about the new engine Bubba Big Daddy Wallace is bringing to Daytona? What?
You mean that bored out number with the aluminum heads?
Yeah, we're talking 525 pounds of torque behind 490 horses.
525 pounds?
Yeah.
Of torque.
I ain't lying.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Well, that's why he's the king of the high-bank short track.
Canadian winters are tough. Too much snow and holiday meals to dig out from. My new Super Value meal should help. 9 pieces of chicken and all the fixings, all for just $15.99. Winter just got a little less nippy.
Many in our community are less fortunate and make the street their home. Each year, at least one of those homeless persons doesn't make it through the fierce cold of winter. Project Warmth is an initiative to help keep those on the street warm. The goal this year is to collect more than 35,000 sleeping bags that will then be distributed to Toronto's homeless. Helping Canadians, the Canadian Tire Foundation for Families supports Project Warmth.
Jim Simple, Agent 43, reporting for duty. Our mission is simple, to show Canadians how to save without switching on long-distance calls with Buck-a Call. Just dial 101-5566, then 1, then the number. It's just a Buck-a Call for every 15 minutes or less, anytime to anywhere in Canada. The charges appear on your local phone bill. Dial 101-5566 and save without switching.
We're looking at a beautiful scene here from Quebec City earlier today. Their motto may be prepared. They weren't, at least not for a Canadian winter. That's why about 30 Boy Scouts had to be treated for hypothermia in Quebec City today. They were among 3,000 scouts from 40 countries who gathered for a jamboree on the Plains of Abraham. The spot, of course, where the great battle between Wolfe and Montcalm took place in 1759. But an Arctic air mass was a tough enemy to beat, sending temperatures to about -11 degrees. The Scouts reinforced their tents with more insulation in an effort to keep the cold at bay for the rest of the 9-day jamboree. All right, we're going to be going to Celine Dion in just a moment with that big concert in Montreal, her farewell concert. But first of all, let's check in with our pal Holly Doan in the News Center and find out whether anything important is moving with the Millennium at this hour. Holly?
Hey, Lloyd. Well, imagine the alarm in a few small Ontario communities tonight when the power went out. No, it wasn't a Y2K glitch. It was something else, and it was quickly cleared up. But 3,400 customers in Windsor, Guelph, and North Bay had a few few anxious moments tonight. So far so good. The electricity's on. The water's running too, but ever cautious Canadians didn't take any chances today. This was the scene repeated right across the country today when hundreds of people were lining up for some of our great Canadian spring water. This natural spring was near Toronto, and people bought jugs and bottles and anything just to fill up just in case. And remember all the concerns about the nuclear power plants in Russia. Well, it turns out that Russia rolled over all 29 plants at midnight Russian time today with no problems. In fact, the U.S. Energy Secretary says 311 of the world's 434 nuclear reactor power plants are just fine. Now, there were a couple of shutdowns at nuclear power plants in the United States earlier this evening, but those were not Y2K related. That was South Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. And so the power is on there again. Everything is fine, and no Y2K glitches in the nuclear industry so far. Back to you, Lloyd.
Holly, this is all wonderful news. You know, when Jeff Hutchison down in St. John's was checking things out earlier, the ATMs were working fine, the phones were working fine, the computers were working fine. The only thing was the beer taps in that particular place were not working well. So we'll have to check out beer taps across the land. Thanks very much, Holly. We'll be back to you later. Now, we come to a very special moment in our broadcast. We're going to highlight a young woman who has become so much a part of the Canadian entertainment industry and the international scene. We're very proud of what she's done, of course, in Canada, but her family and her friends are with her tonight. She is with her home folk in Quebec, in Montreal, for a very big concert. She is calling this her farewell concert. It's the last one she's going to do for a couple of years. She has won 5 Grammys and 20 Junos. She has sold 70 million albums worldwide. We give you the one and only, and it's not an exaggeration to use that phrase in this case, the one and only Celine Dion.
one true time I hold you. In my life will always go on. Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. Why does the heart once more you open the door and you're here in my heart and my heart will go on there. There's nothing I fear, and I know that my heart will go on. We'll stay forever this way. You are safe in my heart, and my heart will go on and on.
Celine Dion from Molson Centre in Montreal, and we're looking over Toronto now, Canada's largest city, and this is a beautiful shot from a helicopter of a place some people in the country like to call Hogtown, but it looks in great shape tonight. And we'll be going right back to Celine Dion. Celine Dion's farewell concert, of course, in front of her friends, in front of her family, all of her folks. This is more of Toronto spread out below. A city that at the turn of this century was only about 200,000 people population. Now, Toronto and surrounding areas well up 3 million and over. And that includes what we call the GTA in Toronto. And the City Hall is having a big celebration tonight. There's a huge celebration down at the waterfront. And we are seeing all of this from a CTV helicopter high in the sky. And that's the shot looking down at the waterfront, and we'll be hearing from there a little later. We're going to have, apparently, one of the biggest fireworks displays the world has ever seen at midnight local time here, which is about 32 minutes from now. Now, back to Molson Centre in Montreal, and more of the famous Celine Dion.
They have a very special song that they love and cherish. Well, Renee and I, we also have a very special song that we love. And it's from Frank Sinatra. It's called All the Way. And I would love to do it for Renee tonight. When somebody loves you, it's no good unless he loves you. Happy to be near you when you need someone to cheer all the way.
Taller than the tallest
tree is. That's how it's got to feel. Deeper than the deep blue sea is. That's how deep it goes, if it's real.
When somebody needs you, it's no good unless
she needs you.
All the way
through the good or lean years, and for all those in between.
for all those years,
Come what may,
come what may.
who knows where the road will lead us? Only a fool would say.
Only a fool would say.
But if you let me love you,
It's for sure I'm gonna love you all the way.
all the way.
Taller than the tallest tree is. That's how it's got to feel.
Deeper than the deep blue sea is. That's how deep it goes, if it's real. And when somebody needs
When
it's no good unless she needs you. All the way, through the good or lean years, and for all those in between years. Come what may, who knows where the road will lead us?
only a fool would say.
But if you let me love you,
It's for sure I'm gonna love you
all the way, all the way.
I'm gonna love you all the way. Je t'aime, mon amour. Merci.
Here we go, folks. Tonight's the night.
CTV and Tostitos have $200,000 or up to $2 million to give away. Get out the decal in your specially marked bag of Tostitos chips. Here we go. You're ready, right? Okay, here's tonight's winning number for $200,000 or a chance for up to $2 million. If the number on your Tostitos game decal matches the one on the screen, call the 1-800 number on your game decal using a touch-tone phone by 1:30 a.m. You'll be asked to enter your game number and PIN.
You like the show?
There's a lot to be said for clarity in life and in finances. Clarica, investment and insurance solutions.
Break up with the Grand Am driver. Always return the spare keys. Pontiac Grand Am, built for drivers.
Alan, this is a superhero party?
Listerine is a hero, hun. An action hero. Bigger guns.
What?
See? It fights the evil gingivitis.
Oh, you are so weird.
Want to see my germ-killing action?
No. He's good.
Oh, yeah. He's my hero.
Listerine, the action hero for your gums.
L'Oreal wishes the most beautiful new millennium to all the children, all the men, and all the women of the world. A world in celebration.
It's L'Oréal and I'm worth it.
Porque yo lo valgo.
Es que yo valgo.
L'Oréal, parce que je le vaux bien. And I'm worth it.
CTV 2000 New Year's celebration is brought to you in part by the new Tostitos bite-sized rounds.
Coming up to the big midnights in Toronto, Montreal, Ottawa, and New York City. But we remind you that this millennium we're following right across the country, bouncing through the time zones, with our Mike Bullard pulling it west toward Calgary. Here's Mike, somewhere in Calgary.
All right, come on. All you can do is kind of hug with your legs.
Oh, I'm scared.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah.
All right, come on, let's stretch. Come on, let's stretch out.
Here I am at the, here I am in the elephant compound. This is Camilla and Ronnie, and they're Indian elephants, as opposed to the special, which, as we all know, is a white elephant. And while I'm about to do something quintessentially Canadian, I'm about to feed something that's already drastically overweight. Okay, I think I'll throw to something less dangerous now. Bye, everybody.
All right. Well, we were talking a moment ago about people calling Toronto Hogtown. Where do you take it from there? By the way, that Hogtown label came from the time years ago when it was a major meatpacking area for all of the province around, starting in the early part of the century. There were also many entrepreneurs in those days, like Timothy Eaton, building the city of Toronto as a great business center. Here we look down again from the CTV helicopter onto the celebrations at the harbor front. Thousands and thousands of people there gathering tonight, and among them is our Paul McGuire. Paul, come in. Having fun?
Lloyd, the party is going strong here in Toronto. Everybody seems to be in great spirits. Not too many elephants running around this part of town, though.
Well, who knows? You might see them after midnight. Anyway, Paul, are people enjoying themselves down there? No security fears, no worries about Y2K?
No, you know, everybody really seems to be in great spirits. Everybody's walking around. They're coming by and they're saying hello. They're enjoying the music from several bands that are playing down here, including Bruce Cockburn and Serial Joe. So everybody in the city seems to be having a great time walking up and down and smiling at each other and shaking hands. And there's plenty of pairs of those glasses with the number 2000 on them. Got to get myself a pair of those, I think.
Now, you have something to show us, right?
That's right. The fireworks display that we're going to bring in the new year with is apparently one of the biggest that Canada has ever seen, if not the biggest Canada has ever seen. And everybody's really excited about bringing in the new year with it. So let's take a little look at what went into putting it together and what people can expect to see tonight.
The Millennium Lights fireworks display starts with a 10-second countdown of fireworks shaped as numbers, counting down while climbing up the CN Tower. At the stroke of midnight, 17 minutes of leading-edge pyrotechnics and lasers begin, fired from 2 barges, Toronto's Centre Island, and 4 750-foot ships floating in Toronto's harbor.
I don't know of many shows in the world that are being able to do the Millennium Mile. When we hit midnight, we're going to have 36 12-inch shells firing at one time, and they will give us a complete mile of fireworks hanging in the sky 1,200 feet in the air.
But the millennial question is this show bigger than Times Square?
Yes, it is. Times Square is a bit different because we can't use fireworks as such down there because of the close proximity to the crowd.
And after it's all gone up in smoke, 24 tons of explosives and 40 tons of equipment will have been used to create the largest fireworks display in Canadian history.
So there you go, Toronto going up in smoke in a good way.
Well, I sure hope you have your shoes nailed to the ground there tonight, because I tell you, that's going to be a huge explosion when it happens. But how many people are down there?
Well, they said they expected over 100,000 people, and I'm guessing there's at least 50 or 60 here, just in this one location right now. Certainly an explosive evening to look forward to.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks,
We're
Lloyd.
going to go right down now to New York City, Times Square. Always a big moment at the Midnights, and Rosemary Thompson is there. Rosemary, tell us about counting down to midnight.
Well, Lloyd, welcome to glittering Times Square. It just gets more and more glittering as the moments go by. Everybody in Times Square is having a fabulous time tonight. They're dancing on the streets. It's really been a fantastic party here. The mayor of New York City said he wanted to have the best party on the planet, and if you talk to New Yorkers, they say that's what's going on here.
Rosemary, there was so much talk and so much concern earlier about security in Times Square. People there obviously are not bothered about it at all.
Well, it's pretty interesting. The police commissioner was up to talk to the media just a few minutes ago. He said that this crowd has been actually one of the best crowds they've had in years. And he also said that, you know, they've had amazing preparation. There are barricades all the way from Times Square up to Central Park and way down to the south. So they've been able to secure this area very, very well. 8,000 police officers in and around Times Square. You know, they took out all of the trash cans. There are even police officers on the skyscrapers of New York City tonight because they want to make sure that they had everything covered. And so far, so good.
Isn't it wonderful, Rosemary, to have only good news?
Yeah, I think that's what we're hoping for tonight. Obviously, you know, it's been an incredible celebration and also amazing preparation. And, you know, Lloyd, we've only got, what, 22 minutes to go?
That's right.
That's when Mayor Rudolph Giuliani will be going to the stage just behind me here. And he and a member of Doctors Without Borders, who won the Nobel Peace Prize, will be hitting the button. And then that amazing Waterford crystal ball will be descending from that flagpole at 1 New York Times. So it's going to be quite amazing.
Right. Thanks, Rosemary. We'll be watching for that. We understand that it's a new one, that Waterford crystal ball, that has been dropping for over 60 years now. And we're now going to head up to Ottawa to a friend of both of us, Craig Oliver, Ottawa Bureau Chief, on Parliament Hill tonight, of course, in his rightful place as they get ready and counting down the midnight there, Craig.
Hi, Lloyd. How are you? The crowd has been rolling in here quite heavily for the last half hour. About 35 or 40,000 people here now, approximately. The show has been going for about half an hour. 6 stages all around Parliament Hill in front of the Peace Tower. The show moves from stage to stage in a great circle, ending up at midnight at the Peace Tower itself. And a couple of soldiers from a parachute school are going to scale the tower, and then the competing fireworks between the Canadian, the Ottawa side, I shouldn't say Canadian, the Ottawa side of the Ottawa River, and the Quebec side. They couldn't agree to have the one fireworks for both, so they got competing fireworks tonight.
Where have we heard that kind of story before, eh?
Exactly, right into the millennium. Ottawa and Quebec are fighting it out.
That's right.
Who's got the biggest fireworks?
Right. Well, Craig, we'll be watching for that parachute climb. That sounds very interesting. Now, that is going to take place right in the last minute, is it, or are they starting now?
That's right. That's the last event here tonight when this show, which lasts 1 hour, ends at about 2 minutes before midnight or something like that. Yeah.
And what are you going to do at midnight, Craig?
I'll be standing here, Lloyd, waiting to see whether you're going to come back to us or not. And I'll be watching these soldiers running up the Peace Tower.
Well, I hope you've got your mucklucks on and you're feeling nice and warm.
It's a lovely night here tonight. This is for Ottawa. This is a very warm night at the end of the year, Lloyd, and I think people are having a very good time. Much tighter security here than I've ever seen before. Obviously, they had their concerns. The RCMP was sniffer dogs. They were putting everybody through metal detectors. Sharpshooters on roofs, more than I've ever seen before, but I guess probably that's a good precaution.
Thanks, Craig. Yes, don't run away. Stay warm, and we'll be back to you.
Okay, Lloyd.
And now we're going to take a look at Toronto again as it comes up to midnight, Toronto time, of course, from the helicopter. Toronto, ready to go to midnight, less than 20 minutes away.
Still to come on CTV 2000 New Year's Celebration. More from Celine Dion. Plus live performances from Burton Cummings, Blue Rodeo, The Philosopher Kings, and much more. You're spending New Year's with CTV.
For most of our guests, winter is probably more active than summer. Think about it. Just outside your window, there's so much more to discover. There's skiing, skating, snowmobiling, tubing and tobogganing, and even dog sledding. An Ontario resort is also the perfect spot for another very popular winter activity, hibernating.
So keep the ball rolling with Sanders Pro Distributing. If billions is the game you play, or if you're making it a bowling day, there's everything for the game's room. They keep your game in play. So keep the ball rolling with Sanders Pro Distributing. Yeah.
This is a special report from CKCO News.
Not long left to go now to the year 2000, and we are ready to ring it in right here at Kitchener's Victoria Park at the Festival of the Night. We're going to ring it in with a Downchild Blues Band. Nothing like it when the likes of Donnie Walsh and Chucky get going, the Downchild Blues Band. These two guys know how to party, and they have got quite a party going down here at Victoria Park in Kitchener. The Festival of the Night, the kids' party wrapped up at City Hall a while ago, and everybody's just moved right down here to the park. They're having a fine, fine time. Big crowd down here now, thousands. A lot of the kids enjoyed the tribute bands, Backstreet and Spice, and what you're looking at now is the lineup to get a poster signed by these guys. The kids really had a ball with it, really loved it, and the Backstreet and Spice performers, who are very talented, are lapping it up. Another big trend this New Year's Eve has been the house party. People who aren't here at the park or at other festivities like it are having fun at home. Now the Oliver family in Kitchener went crazy this year. They are having a pool party. They invited about 40 or 50 of their nearest friends, and as you can see, they've got the big gas heater on, and they are just cooking in the pool. Good for them. Now don't forget, when you're going home from those house parties, do the right thing. Call the cab. Just to let you know, police are very serious about their ride program there out in Waterloo Region. The OPP have one set up. They'll be out till 5 o'clock in the morning. You can't beat these guys. You can't get around them, so do the right thing and take a cab if you've had a few drinks. Reporting live from Victoria Park in Kitchener, Janine Gresspan will be back just after midnight.
And we hope you're enjoying this national merry-go-round we're on, coast to coast in Canada, from St. John's to Newfoundland, straight out to Vancouver, as we welcome all of the midnights, and we're coming up to a big one, Toronto, Montreal, New York, Ottawa, 15 minutes from now. And out in Calgary, waiting patiently, is our pal Mike Bullard. Hi, Mike.
Oh, hi, Lloyd. I'm here in Calgary, waiting patiently. I'm at a bar now called The Drink. It's called The Drink. I guess had they wanted to make a profit, they would have called it Many Drinks. But in this politically correct age, they call it The Drink. I'm here at a masquerade party. Get a load of these 7 guys over here. They're bound to win Best Costume. Look at this, Lloyd. Can you believe that?
Whoa.
Show us your Adam's
Move it a little
apples.
closer, Mike.
Okay, Lloyd. Lloyd, it's a masquerade ball, and I don't need any hassles, so I came as you. Yeah. Girls, I want you to come back to my hotel. Let me tell you what kind of night it will be. Fabulous. It's me, Lloyd Robertson. Me, Lloyd Robertson now. Here's me, Lloyd Robertson, when I was a white supremacist.
Oh,
now
a cheap shot,
again,
but that's him.
No, it's not.
Hey,
it's me, Charlie Brown. Yeah, Lloyd.
Do they know who that was? Do they have any idea?
They
who
knew it was you, Lloyd.
They knew, right?
Believe
Okay.
me. They knew it was you. Yeah.
They didn't seem to move any closer to you when you had that up.
We were going to chop the top off and tell them it was Peter Mansbridge, but I'm not here to help another network. Listen, Lloyd, right now I'd like to throw to Celine Dion, and I think that's a lot easier. Well, it would be easier to throw Celine Dion to us, because she's very, very light. But right now, Lloyd, we're going to go to Montreal for Celine Dion.
Superhero party?
Listerine is a hero, hun. An action hero. Bigger guns.
What?
See? It fights the evil gingivitis.
Oh, you are so weird.
Want to see my germ-killing action?
No. He's good. Oh, yeah. He's my hero.
Listerine, the action hero for your gums.
We're really hungry. What's to eat? Work up an appetite, guys?
Yeah, Mom, we're kind of in a hurry. Can we eat?
Campbell's Vegetable Soup. A full serving of vegetables when you need something nutritious now.
Thanks, Mom. Bye, Mom.
Bye, Mom. Thanks, Mom.
I'm a busy person. I don't have a whole lot of spare time in the day. Banking online is incredibly convenient. I log on to AOL Canada, a couple of clicks, and you're there. You don't have to keep banker's hours.
With all new pricing, including unlimited use, you can stay online as long as you want.
This is power. Unstoppable power. The power in new Duracell Ultra, the most powerful alkaline battery in the world. The power for more pictures, faster flashes, more sound, and ultra performance in whatever it powers. New Duracell Ultra. More power, more life.
I really need a manicure. Oh, yeah, me too.
You guys hear about the new engine Bubba Big Daddy Wallace is bringing to Daytona?
What? You mean that bored out number with the aluminum heads?
Yeah, we're talking 525 pounds of torque behind 490 horses.
525 pounds?
Yeah.
Of torque.
I ain't lying.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Well, that's why he's the king of the high bank short track.
Here at GLAD, we take testing seriously. Using only the latest technology, we go to extremes to make sure all our products are manufactured to withstand the rigors of everyday life. Sure, we could resort to fancy demonstrations or even cheap gimmickry to show you how tough they really are. But at GLAD, we know that our products, well, they speak for themselves. GLAD, depend on it.
Canadian winters are tough. Too much snow and holiday meals to dig out from. My new Super Value meal should help. 9 pieces of chicken and all the fixings, all for just $15.99. Winter just got a little less nippy.
Sunday on CTV.
You are sentenced to imprisonment for life.
Winner of 6 Gemini Awards, including Best Actor Ian Tracy, Best Actress Sabrina Gerdovich.
I did not kill Gail Miller.
Airing for the first time nationwide.
I'm innocent.
The true nightmare of David Milgaard.
Did you know there's never been a non-capital murder conviction overturned in the history of this country?
History changed. Milgaard, Sunday at 9 on CTV.
Would you admit to something you didn't do?
We are going from the midnights into the early sunlight. This is Giza, Egypt. The scene around the pyramids from earlier today, where in the Muslim calendar it certainly isn't the millennium, but they are very excited about the millennium and they put on some wonderful displays. And this is Montreal. Across the nation, this is a particularly cold New Year's night with frosty conditions in many cities. But the bitter cold isn't putting a chill on outdoor festivities in old Montreal. And here's Ottawa, the Peace Tower, where in a short time the parachutists will begin climbing. In fact, I believe they're at it right now. And this is one place where we'll be dropping in over the next few minutes. And also Toronto. Oh, we're just getting a shot there of the paratroopers. You can just barely see them, but they are there. Heading up to seize that Canadian flag at the Peace Tower at the top. And we're coming up to the time now, just about 2 minutes to go. Craig, you there? Can you see this?
Lloyd, I'm here.
Give us a description of it.
There are 2 soldiers from the parachute training school, Sergeant Jones and Robert Colburn on the right. They're going to go right up the Peace Tower, the old Peace Tower. The building has been the home of Canadian parliamentarians since Confederation in 1867. When they get to the top, the idea is that they'll ring the bell on top of the Peace Tower. That's the idea. This building, as most Canadians know, burned down in 1916. John Diefenbaker, who I used to know well, who, like some of my other friends, is now a statue in Parliament Hill. Dief used to tell me that he was coming through here on a troop train in 1916 on his way to France, and the troops were pulled over and they were brought here to try to put out the fire, which they weren't able to do.
All right, they're doing well, Craig, obviously, even though it's a cold night where they are. And if you've ever climbed up that Peace Tower, up that winding stair, and looked out, you've got an impression of just how close it is and how dangerous it can be. You saw there on the Peace Tower clock we're about 6 minutes away. No, less than that. 3 minutes away. Right, 3 minutes away. Here we are in New York. Rosemary Thompson waiting for the ball to drop, the brand new one, over 1,000 pounds. All that Waterford crystal coming down very shortly, Rosemary. There it is. Nope, Rosemary isn't there. However, here we are. There's Mayor Giuliani ready to welcome the millions of people who have joyously joined together in New York's Times Square. And Toronto, Paul McGuire is standing by here, getting a look at the celebrations down at the harbor front and waiting anxiously for that countdown to begin for what is supposed to be this huge, world-renowned fireworks display. Paul, can you hear me? Nope, okay, well, doesn't matter because we're getting a good look at the shot anyway. And we're just now 2 minutes away from midnight in the Eastern time zone. We're going to be flashing around to New York, to Ottawa, to Montreal, perhaps. And yes, here we are in Montreal with Celine Dion and her husband.
T'as-tu checké l'heure, toi? On devrait regarder l'heure.
A very special moment for these two, of course.
Il reste combien de temps, Mégo? J'espère que tout le monde.
Farewell.
J'espère que tout le monde a mis son heure
And
à
she
bonne
intends
heure.
to spend more personal time with him.
Il reste 1 minute, mon amour, je t'aime au bout.
Il reste 1 minute.
I love you. There is 1 minute before the end of the century, before the end of the delay of 1999.
Now, here we are, 1 minute before the end of the century. The parachuters in Ottawa, the Canadian parachute team ascending to the top of this tower, the Peace Tower, which, as Craig said, has been there for a long time for these parliamentarians throughout this century, through many different governments. And just think of what we've been through as a nation. We came close a couple of times. Just 5 years ago, we were on the brink, but it's been saved time and time again. Sir John A. Macdonald said himself, this is a difficult country to govern, but we're still together. And as we look down the road into the new millennium, it looks as though we may be able to stay together in peace and together under this great crown of Canada for a long time to come. The idea is they'll... All right, we should be hearing the clock. I'm just going to stop talking here while we wait for that. Ten seconds to go. Here we go.
9, 8, 7.
Fireworks display out of Toronto. The parachutists reached the top in Ottawa. Celine in Montreal at Molson Centre. Ottawa again. The Peace Tower pressed against that midnight sky and those fireworks. New York City. Here it is. Did we ever think we'd see it? That brings it home, doesn't it? The sign reading 2000 in Eastern Standard Time Zone. Now, here comes the beginning of that fireworks display in Toronto. Cameras are just giving you the best pictures as our producers see them from the control room. In New York, in Toronto, in Montreal, and in Ottawa. We've made it. It's now January 1st, Eastern Standard Time. In Ontario, Quebec, and the eastern seaboard of the United States. Many more midnights to go, of course, as we sweep across the land.
Yes, I do, Scott. I got you, Scott. I got you, Scott.
Hello, Paul McGuire. Yes. I can hear you speaking to someone. Talk to me.
Hi, Lloyd. How you doing? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Well, everybody down here is just marveling. Their necks are all craned up to the sky as it explodes over the city of Toronto. I hope the pictures look as beautiful to you and to everybody across the country as they do to us down here by the water in Toronto.
There's the quad screen, the four cities. Craig, in Ottawa, how's it look there where you are?
Lloyd, it's a stunning sight. The Parliament Building Peace Tower silhouetted against exploding fireworks. The old Dominion is still hanging in there, and it will long past your lifetime and mine. I believe that with all my heart, Lloyd.
Well, Craig, I was saying a minute ago that we seemed to come very close in 1995 because I remember you saying to me just before we went on the air with the last referendum broadcast, I'm stressed. And that was a tough night, but we came through it, and the feeling seems to be as we enter this new century that we may make it together. We're going to live together in harmony for many, many years to come as one nation.
It's a great country, and Canadians are a great people. One of the wonderful joys of being a reporter these last 42 years has been getting to know my fellow Canadians so well, Lloyd. What a beautiful sight this is. It's just awesome. It takes my breath away. So many hundreds and even thousands of members of Parliament from every corner of the country have come through this building. It is the only place that brings the whole country together.
We're getting a look at the screen here, Craig, of Montreal and Toronto as well. And, you know, I wanted to say something about Montreal, which is one of my favorite places, because when you think of it, they've had a great last half of the century with Expo 67 and the Montreal Olympics. Now, there have been some downsides for them, but on a night like this, as you're coming into the new century, you think of the optimistic segments, and Montreal is coming alive again. It's a great international city, and it's a great place to visit, as all Canadians and so many North Americans know.
Not just that, Lloyd, but the economy of Montreal is really beginning to take off, which is a tribute, I think, to a whole new generation of Francophone entrepreneurs. Montreal is just making a terrific comeback.
And off to Montreal and more of Celine.
Je vous souhaite la paix, l'amour, puis surtout, la santé. Puis laissez-moi vous dire une chose, c'est que si présentement vous êtes entouré d'amis et de parents, dites-vous bien une chose, c'est que vous avez la plus grande richesse au monde. Bonne année tout le monde, je vous aime au bout, puis merci beaucoup,
Have a good year,
de me faire passer, de me faire vivre une soirée inoubliable. Merci, je vous aime au bout.
Thank you for the night that you have given me, and have a good year, everyone.
By the way, as well as Celine there at the Molson Centre tonight in Montreal, Brian Adams is going to be on stage very shortly, and we'll have some of that for you. Toronto on the left, the fireworks display. Ottawa, the Peace Tower, and Ottawa looking marvelous tonight. And New York City, the party continuing as only they can do it, the baby blimp. Is that Mike Bullard? Craig, we've just seen that 2,000 sign again. Can you believe it? I remember when, are you there, Craig?
I'm here, Lloyd.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I remember when I started in this business, getting a little annuity form certificate that read 1999. And I thought at the time, I'll never get there. 1999 was a millennium away. And here we are on the brink of the new century. We're in the new century now for part of the country, on the brink of it for the rest. And a touching moment between Celine Dion and her husband. She is going to devote the next period of time to him, she says. That's what this farewell concert is all about. She wants some time to herself, and she's here tonight with some very special people because we understand that there have been special invitations to this concert. These are the folks she grew up with. This is where she wanted to say farewell, in Montreal with her folks from her home province.
I have a very, very special guest who helped us party for the new year, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome, mesdames et messieurs, mon ami Brian Adams!
I got my first real six string, bought it at the 5 and dime. Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit and Jody got married. Should've known we never get far. Well, when I look back now, the summer seemed to last forever. And if I had the choice, yeah, I'd always wanna be there. Those were the best days of my life. shattered. There ain't nothing else matters. It ain't over. Oh, it's only love, and that's all, baby.
It's only love. Live your life and we're living, and you're right to give in. Just remember that it's only love.
My name is Rosie.
Love, sweet love.
Can you hear me, Kelly?
You keep looking back in desperation, over and over and over again.
Wow, well, you can't do any better than that. Still to come, we have Michelle Wright, Burton Cummings, Lou Bega. We'll be right back after this.
If you knew someone who was waiting for blood to have surgery, if you knew someone who needed blood today, if you knew someone whose life depended on it, would you say you didn't have the time? Would you save a life? Blood, it's in you to give.
Thank you for making the Dodge Caravan Canada's best-selling minivan.
Thanks for making Jeep the most famous SUV in the world. Thank you for choosing the 300M, MotorTrend's 1999 Car of the Year.
Thank you for making Dodge Dakota the #1 selling pickup in its class.
Thanks for making this one of our best years ever.
The Chrysler Dodge Jeep Thank You Sale. We pay the GST and take an extra $500 off a select lineup of vehicles. It's just our way of saying
thanks.
Only at your Chrysler Dodge Jeep retailer.
This is a special report from CKCO News.
Kitchener. It's been the festival of the night. It's been a great time. This is what it looked like when the clock struck 12.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy
still enjoying themselves and watching that show. It's fabulous. Let's have a look. All set to music. Fabulous show. All right, and we are still partying down here, as we said. Lots of people still enjoying themselves. Okay, listen. It's the year. Can't get a word in edgewise. It's been a lot of fun. Okay, it's the year 2000. It's a special night. What's going through your mind? 2000's gonna be great. Yes, it's gonna be the best. It's gonna be the best. All right, we've had a fine time down here at Victoria Park. Happy New Year to all of you from everyone at CKCO. Good night and Happy New Year.
Holy smokes. Hi, I'm back. Lloyd, I'm going to forgive you for your little New Year's baby comment, although I'm going to give you a line from Godfather 2, Lloyd. You've broken my heart, Fredo. Anyway, out of respect and affection for you, I'm not going to say any more, because after all, this is my first Millennium New Year's Eve special, and it's your second. Anyway, I'm standing here with Jeff, a bartender from The Drink, and this is amazing, the most amazing thing I've seen since this whole thing started. Jeff's going to show us how he makes a martini. Go, Jeff. Yeah, now get down on the ground and shake it, baby. I didn't see that, Lloyd, but I'm pretty sure it was amazing. Back to you, Lloyd.
Hey, thanks a lot, Mike. Yeah, I was around for the first millennium. I'm going to be around for the third, too, so join me, pal. I couldn't resist the baby crack, you know.
I know, Lloyd.
It did have a slight resemblance to you. Okay, we're back in Toronto looking at the fireworks display, and Paul McGuire is down on the ground, hearing it, feeling it, watching it. Paul, what's it like down at the waterfront in Toronto?
Well, Lloyd, you and Mike were just talking about the movie The Godfather, and they used the theme, at the beginning of 2001, that great movie, to end the spectacle that was the fireworks display, Millennium Lights, down here at Harbourfront, so that was kind of fitting, anticipating the next year. That's still a year away now, but the feeling is absolutely amazing. Everybody is rushing around now as the fireworks has ended, and as I said in the piece that we looked at earlier about the fireworks display, 24 tons of explosives. Sure does put on a great show. You could actually feel some of those bangs right in your chest, Lloyd. It was quite something.
Hey, now, Paul, I've got a kind of Mike Bullard question for you. Was it really as good as it was billed to be? Like, was it really one of the best in the world?
Well, you know, they did tell me, the people who put this on told me that Toronto's a great venue for fireworks, because the harbor there allows them to put on a huge show without worrying about injuring any of the spectators, so they can put on just a huge show. And I've seen a few of the ones that they put on here in the summer. The Symphony of Fire is put on here each summer in Toronto, and after a while you're kind of like, yeah, those are fireworks, but this was something else. We all looked at each other, the whole crew here looked at each other, and we were like, wow, that is pretty amazing.
Great, Paul. Thank you. Well, it certainly looked great from our position here, but of course you were on the ground for it, which is so much better. All right, Rosemary Thompson is in New York City in Times Square, where the party's still going on. Rosemary?
Yes, it's been a fantastic party here in New York. The confetti is still glittering in the sky, and actually at midnight it was fantastic. There was 2 tons of confetti that was thrown from the tops of the rooftops of New York. So yes, it's been fabulous tonight, Lloyd.
Now, Rosie, did the crowd increase as the evening wore on? Did we kept hearing all those threats earlier about security problems, this kind of thing. I know there were a lot of police people in the square tonight, but did the crowd increase?
No, actually, it has been fantastic. I talked to one of the police officers down on the ground, and he told me this was one of the happiest crowds they've had in New York City in a long time. It was very peaceful. People were dancing. They were throwing things in the air. They were laughing. They were just having a fantastic time.
Rosemary, let me ask you.
Yes.
Have I got time to ask you this very quickly? What's it like to be in New York City, Times Square, New Year's Eve? I've never been there.
It's fabulous. fabulous. You know, it's just the most fantastic thing because people are just having so much fun. You know, the mayor said he wanted to put on the biggest party in the planet. And I think that many people can toast New Yorkers tonight with a little bit of champagne because it really has gone off without a hitch.
Rosemary, you're wonderful. Thank you very much. I know that you had a good time down there, and I think we were vicariously living your dreams, so many of us, because a lot of people have wanted to be in Times Square New Year's Eve, and you made it. Thanks a lot, Rosemary.
Absolutely.
Good job.
Cheers,
on a
Lloyd.
Great assignment.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Rosemary Thompson, and we're going to take a very brief break. We'll be back with much more. We're looking at New York City and at the party that continues. We'll be back right after this brief break.
Eddie, what flowers would complement a nice arrangement of daffodils?
What?
Nothing.
Come to think of it, Wavy, a tiny sprig of baby's breath and a little bit of ivy would make a lovely compliment.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Chrysanthemums. Well, pink hydrangea. They're nice.
So, you're quitting smoking. Great.
I'm giving it my best shot.
It's never easy, but we can help.
With what?
Your willpower and Nicoderm.
The patch?
It's the patch most recommended by doctors. See, only Nicoderm has a rate-controlling membrane. It helps control your cravings whenever you need it, 24 hours a day.
And it works?
Well, it's working for me.
You smoke?
Not anymore.
Nicoderm, most recommended by doctors.
Pontiac, Montana, with exclusive Montana Vision, built-in monitor and video cassette player. Built for drivers and their families.
It's the dawn of a new era, the new millennium, and across the nation, the Government of Canada is working in partnership with Canadians of every culture and of all ages on projects and events celebrating our history and heritage, our arts, our environment, the aspirations of our youth, and our passage to the next 1,000 years. Join all Canadians. Take part in it. Take pride in it. Canada and the Millennium. Sharing the memory, shaping the dream. A message from the Government of Canada.
Yeah, the special tonight is an herb supreme. Capsicum, sage thyme, stuffed with duxelle, lying on an emotion le pessimé pelacé with noisette spatula.
Wow. What is that?
Excuse me, it's chicken.
There's a lot to be said for clarity in life and in finances. Clarica, investment and insurance solutions.
200 days a year, I'm away from home. Have skates, will travel. I use AOL Canada to bring my family to me. It's like I'm home. I gotta keep in touch. I was online one time and bam, my buddy list went crazy. Steve in England, Doug in Scottsdale, Gareth in Edmonton. It was like all four of us bumped into each other on the corner. The phone doesn't always do it. My wife's at home, it's midnight. I can't phone my wife, she's gotta work the next day. So I send her this great message, honey, I love you. And then underneath I'll go, I miss you very much.
With all new pricing, including unlimited use, you can stay online as long as you want.
CTV 2000 New Year's Celebration is brought to you in part by the new Tostitos Bite-Size Rounds.
Back at our CTV 2000 Center, we promised you at the beginning of this broadcast that we would keep you posted on all important developments of the night, and we're going to keep that pledge to you because we're going into the CTV newsroom now, where Holly Doan is standing by at the Millennium Desk. And Holly, I believe you have some information on some new developments.
Lloyd, we have word tonight that the Canada-U.S. border at the Gananoque Reserve in Ontario has been closed on both the Canadian and U.S. side because about 3 hours ago there was an incident on Wellesley Island, which is the American part of the reserve, where a man was apprehended and his car impounded after they discovered explosives residue in the car, along with some kind of laser equipment. As I said, a man is in custody for questioning, though we hear of no arrests. Shane Sanford of the Bridge Authority at the 1,000 Island Bridge says that the situation was suspicious, and though U.S. immigration officials can tell us no more tonight, they say they will have something very soon. So again, a man apprehended, his car impounded because of explosives residue found in the vehicle.
So it seems, Holly, we're not out of the woods yet with all of these various security threats of traffic across the border, but you know, it's probably going to take a week or so before it becomes no longer a millennium scare and just sort of a general caution for people.
I guess everybody is sensitized and alarmed at this time of the night about any possible threat of terrorism, and when we hear about explosives, it draws our attention to that. But as I said, we have no more information yet and hope to speak to the U.S. Customs.
Holly, on another note, do we have a millennium baby yet?
I'm delighted to report that a baby boy was born in Woodstock, New Brunswick at 12:34 Eastern Time to Sandra and Thomas Clark. A little boy who doesn't have a name yet, but he had a lot of stiff competition, Lloyd, because there were women in labor all over the Maritime provinces, 2 in Newfoundland, 2 in Halifax, 1 in Charlottetown, 1 in Summerside, 1 in Fredericton, but this little guy came out ahead of the pack. So congratulations to the Clarks.
Great, great stuff. Now give us the name again. Woodstock, New Brunswick, the Clark family in Woodstock, New Brunswick?
Yeah, that's Sandra and Thomas Clark. Congratulations.
Sandra and Thomas, congratulations. Good for you. It's unofficial, of course, but it's more or less official because it's coming from Holly. So, so thanks very much, Holly.
Okay.
We'll take it as read until we hear otherwise.
We'll tell you more
is
later.
The Millennium Baby, Woodstock, New Brunswick tonight. Congratulations to you folks. Now to Calgary. We're going to have another look at the Olympic Plaza there and see what's going on. Barrage is on stage in Calgary. Here we are at the Olympic Plaza, a familiar venue for several of us who were out there covering the Olympics in 1988. So the party's beginning, the countdown starts in Calgary. And Winnipeg will be the next one up, actually, in about half an hour from now. Just sit back and listen to some of this.
Was high-low Jack in the game. Round and around, old Joe Clark, round and around I say. He followed me 10,000 miles to my fiddle play. Round and around I say, he'd follow me 10,000 miles to my fiddle play. Yeah!
Say, they are great, aren't they? Barrage in Calgary at the Olympic Plaza. And as you noted on the clock ticking at the bottom of the screen there, it's just after 10:30 Mountain Time. So the countdown is underway there and has been for the last hour or so, leading up to the Mountain Standard Time midnight. Winnipeg is next up, and that'll be in 27 minutes from now. So we're all doing a lot of reflecting where midnight has passed by and people are singing Auld Lang Syne and probably talking about things that have happened to you over the last several years. I wasn't born, as Mike Bullard might tell you, in the last century or even at the turn of this century. I was actually born during the Great Depression. Then came the Second World War, and then we were into the Cold War. Yes, it was cold rather than hot. There were no bombs or missiles flying around. Still, it took a very long time for me to realize that the world was something more than a dark and dangerous place. As a young man, I caught sight of the boom times of the 50s, landed good jobs in the burgeoning broadcasting industry, and shared in the great expectations for our country that were launched in 1967 with the centennial year and in Expo 67. Later in the century, we had to live with the reality we spoke of earlier tonight, that there was a threat to Canada through a possible breakaway by Quebec. Now, with the new millennium dawning, there is new hope that we will be able to build the bridges to keep us all together in this very special place we call Canada.
That the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. I say we must act now.
These forces to lay down their arms and to surrender unconditionally. President Kennedy is dead.
Free at last! Free at last! Thank God Almighty!
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
This is the second largest city in New York. 300+ thousand people have lived together peacefully, loving each other.
Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
If you think the world was surprised when Nixon resigned, wait till I kick Fulham's behind.
U.S. President Carter and Soviet President Leonid Brezhnev today ended 7 years of hard bargaining.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
8.
How far would you go with that? How far would you extend that? Well, just watch me.
YA has it on that wing. Here's a shot. Henderson made a wild stab work spell. Here's another shot. Right by the score. Henderson has scored for Canada.
We got to go home and try and do some more treatment. All I can say is that if there's any way I can get out there again and finish it, I will.
Vive le Québec! Vive le Canada!
The triumph, the tragedies, the laughter, the tears, the sheer joy, the sheer sadness that go to make up a century. We're finished with one now in several parts of the world and in Canada. We've launched on the next one, and we are following the millennium across Canada as we move west. Now, Manitoba gets ready for its midnight, and Saskatchewan for its midnight, and then we move to Alberta. But as we note, we're going back and forth right across the country because the celebrations are still going on in the east before we move all the way west with the midnights. So let's pick up Jeff Hutchison, who is still partying away in St. John's. 2 o'clock in the morning, right, where you are, right?
Yes, absolutely. You know,
I've got to ask you, sorry, I've got to ask you, is that beer tap working? Is that beer tap working?
Is the which working?
The beer
yes,
tap.
it is.
It is working. Okay. It was important to know that.
The beer tap, we got it back working about 15 minutes ago.
Wow.
So thank goodness for that, because these people now, they can continue partying, Lloyd.
Absolutely.
We were worried about that. Listen, we've got a couple of people from Halifax and a Newfoundlander. Roberta here is from Halifax, Judy and Lisa. What brings you to Newfoundland for the New Year's celebration?
Our parents are actually from the west coast of Newfoundland, and we decided we're going to celebrate their heritage. We came to the Rock to have the best time. Newfies know how to have a good time, and here we are celebrating our heritage. Cheers.
Well, way to go. Happy New Year to you guys. Cheers. All right. Absolutely, you know, and Greensleeves here is still going. I mean, the party is going on in Newfoundland unbelievably. This is a great place if you've never been here. But Ellie Harvey is in Vancouver. Ellie, what's happening out there?
Hey, Jeff, hi.
Ellie, what's happening out there?
As you can hear, it's going very well. People are just starting to party in Vancouver, and I'm here at the Shark Club with a bunch of young and attractive people. And here's my new friend Marty. And Marty, who do you want to say hi to?
I want to say hello to my mom in Vancouver Island and Bowser. Happy New Year!
And we're all anxiously awaiting our New Year's. And we wish we could try some of that Newfoundland screech, Jeff. But we don't quite get that out here, do we, the screech?
Hang on.
No screech? No.
Oh, all you get is whiskey howls.
Whiskey howls apparently are big here among the young, handsome men, Marty, at the Shark Club. So, anyway, we're really having a good time. Happy New Year, Newfoundland! And stay up late and watch us, Canada. Oh, yes?
Ellie, hi, it's Lloyd here.
Lloyd.
We haven't met before in a long time, at least.
Lloyd, the reason I called you Mike earlier was because actually when I met Mike, he was wearing that mask. You know, the Lloyd Robertson mask.
Listen, don't worry about it. I'm complimented to be called Mike Bullard, right? That'll gain points with me after the earlier shot I gave him about New Year's baby. Ellie, we'll make certain that somehow or other we'll get you a case of Newfoundland Screech sent all the way from St. John's to Vancouver to that crowd of your new best friends out there.
Okay, well, I think the boys will be happy.
Thanks a lot, Ellie.
Thanks,
See you
Lloyd.
later.
Okay.
Midnight's coming your way. Now to Molson Center in Montreal again, to Celine Dion and Bryan Adams.
Look into my eyes, do you see?
Search your heart, search your soul. When you find me there, you search no more. Don't tell me it's not worth trying for. You can't tell me it's not worth dying for. But you know it's true. Yeah, I do. Everything I do, I do it for you. Look into my heart, you will find there's nothing there to hide. So take me as I am, take my life. I'll give it all. I would sacrifice. Don't tell me it's not worth trying for. Can't help it. There's nothing I want more. No, it's true. Everything I do it for you. Do it for you, baby. There's no love like your love, and no other could give more love. There's no way unless you're there all the time, all the way. To your heart, listen to your you can't tell me it's not worth trying for. I can't help it. There's nothing I want more. I won't fight for you. I'll lie for you. Walk the wire for you. Yeah, I'd die for you. To know it's true. Everything I do, I do it for you. Do it for you, baby. Search your heart, listen to your heart, baby. Search your soul. Listen to your heart, baby.
much, everybody. Especially you.
You're watching CTV 2000 New Year's Celebration, live from all across Canada.
I really need a manicure.
Oh, yeah, me too.
You guys hear about the new engine Bubba Big Daddy Wallace is bringing to Daytona?
What?
You mean that bored out number with the aluminum heads?
Yeah, we're talking 525 pounds of torque behind 490 horses.
525 pounds?
Yeah.
Of torque.
I ain't lying.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Well, that's why he's the king of the high bank short track.
If you knew someone who was waiting for blood to have surgery, if you knew someone who needed blood today, if you knew someone whose life depended on it, would you say you didn't have the time? Would you save a life? Blood, it's in you to give.
Eventually, everyone retires. What are you doing after work?
Getting ready for midnight, Winnipeg and Saskatchewan, and that means Saskatoon and Regina, big parties there too. We're going to bring you right now a Winnipeg boy who the town's very proud of this young man. He's 52 years old today. You notice I still call him young. Burton Cummings, formerly of the Guess Who, now an acclaimed international artist in his own right. Burton Cummings.
Said I'm scared, Lord, I'm scared, I'm terrified. Never been much on religion, but I sure enough would like to hear you call. I'm scared, Lordy, Lord, I'm shaking, I'm petrified. Never been much on religion, but I sure enough just fell down on my knees. Heard the choir singing something about goodwill toward men, and even sleeping in heavenly peace. Stop by to see St. Thomas on a cold and dreary New York afternoon. Something in the air was oh so rare. I don't know what it was, but I know that it's still right there. And I'm scared, Lordy Lord, I'm shaking, I'm petrified. Never been much on religion, but I sure enough just fell down on my knees. Living in confusion, searching for truth that I never found. I needed something I couldn't really believe. Looking toward the heavens on a dark and stormy winter afternoon. Something in the air was oh so rare. I'm not really sure what it was, but I know for sure that it's still right there. And I'm scared, terrified. Never been much on religion, but I sure enough just fell down on my knees. I'm scared, and I'm shaking, I'm laying awake thinking about it now, just petrified. Never been much on religion, but I sure enough would love to hear you call. Come on now, give me a sign, you're listening to me. You hear me talking, you hear me crying, it's confusing to me, Lord, I'm terrified. Never been much on religion, but I sure enough just fell down on my knees.
One of his great ones, Burton Cummings, entertaining us from the McPhillips Street Station Casino in Winnipeg, where Jonathan Gravener is standing nearby. Jonathan, is it cold or is it cold in Winnipeg tonight?
Oh, it's lovely. I think I know what a side of beef now feels like in a meat locker, Lloyd. Actually, I think the cold weather has driven most people inside tonight. There was a big family event at the Forks. A few thousand people did show up. They say the wind chill tonight is getting to be around minus 40 degrees. Ooh. But Winnipeggers are hardy. A lot of them did show up at the Forks earlier tonight. Enjoyed some acts down there, and also Elvis Presley renewed the wedding vows of up to 200 people.
Elvis Presley.
Elvis Presley, apparently an Elvis Presley impersonator with a Welsh accent.
You can't do better than that.
You can't get much better. Here at McPhillips Street Station, you just heard Burton Cummings singing "I'm Scared." Right. Tom Cochrane of Red Ryder fame was playing across town tonight. I understand it was a sold-out crowd. I think Winnipeg is a lot like the Maritimes. In the Maritimes, they call it a ceilidh. Right. Here in the prairies, it's called house parties, and there are literally thousands of them going on across Saskatchewan and Manitoba.
I know. I lived in the West, and New Year's Eve was a great time for house parties in the West. And you mentioned the Forks. That's the Forks of the Red and Assiniboine River, where in the old days, the natives used to trade with the Europeans coming in at the forks of those two rivers. Thanks very much, Jonathan.
Thank you, Lloyd.
And now we're going to New Orleans to have a look at their countdown to midnight. Oh, New Orleans with, what have we got there? A minute or less than a minute to go. And Mexico City also in this time zone. Nice and warm there. The Plaza Square in Mexico. And back to Burton Cummings in Winnipeg as we count down to the midnight, Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Burton Cummings at the McPhillips Street Station Casino. And he's getting a birthday cake because he is indeed 52 years old today.
forgot ended, but brought to mind. Should old acquaintance be forgot ended of old lang syne? Old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll drink a cup of kindness in days of old lang syne. Well, happy 2000, Winnipeg!
And we'll obviously be back in Winnipeg in a minute there, but right now we're going to take a look at this spectacular display in Mexico City at the International Plaza there. And they are really whooping it up. There must be millions of people packed into that place. We were there for the Olympics in 1968. It's a great spot. And do they know how to party? New Orleans, bursting with fireworks and pride on this New Year's Eve as 2000 rolls into New Orleans. Back to Burton Cummings in Winnipeg.
The Carpet Frogs, all the way from Toronto, Ontario. No, I said I want to hear it for the Carpet Frogs. Okay, folks. Now that it's 2000, we can talk about some of the songs from the last century. Ray Davies, Dave Davies, Peter Quaife, and Mick Avery. They had a #1 record, and the song went something like this. Tired of waiting, tired of waiting for you. So tired of waiting, tired of waiting for you. I was a lonely soul, I had nobody till I had you. But you keep on me waiting all of the time. What can I do? It's your life, and you can do what you want. Do what you like, but please don't keep me waiting. Please don't keep me waiting, 'cause I'm so tired of waiting, tired of waiting for you. I was a lonely soul, I had nobody till I had you. But you keep on me waiting all of the time. What can I do? It's your life, and you can do what you want. Do what you like, but please don't keep on me waiting. Please don't keep on me waiting, 'cause I'm so tired of waiting, tired of waiting for you. For you. When the Beatles hit, they were #1 on the chart for months and months and months and months and months. And nobody ever thought that anybody would ever knock the Beatles off the chart again at #1. But you know what? There was
we thank Burton for that song. We're taking a look at Mexico City. Just after their midnight, they are now into the new century, 2000. And let's leap back to Canada live at the West Edmonton Mall, one of the major venues in that city, certainly, and has been for a long time. And apparently they can what? They can see us saying, hello there, Edmonton. The Philosopher Kings are about to come on stage.
Let's hear you, Edmonton! Got all of Canada watching us. I'm Zeno from Reds. We're glad you guys made it out here. We're kissing the millennium goodbye. We have multi-platinum recording artists on stage right away. Let's put it up for Sony Music recording artist, the Philosopher King. Sleep, my love, dream warm and hard and true, in pieces, in colors, in a cloud of awkward blue. My head, I feel the things you tell no man. I move through you so easy. It's a night that runs me through. And you bring me your charms in the cool of your soft little hands, in the heat of your legs and your arms. You bring me your charms. Oh, oh. In the circle of my arms, you're my baby, my lover, yeah. And that is warm and hard and true. When you bring me your charms in the cover of all evening sheets, in the twist of all days, you bring me the charms. Oh, oh. How you feeling, Edmonton? My arms in the circle of my arms. You're my baby, my lover.
is warm and hard and true. When you bring me your charms in the cover of the evening sheets, in the twist of her names and rhymes, you bring me your charms, yeah. Oh, bring me your charms, yeah. Oh, you bring me your charms, yeah. Oh, you bring me your charms, yeah, yeah. You bring me your charms, your charms, your charms, yeah. You bring me your charms, yeah. You bring me your charms. You bring me your charms. You bring me your charms, your charms, your charms. Thank you very much. Are you guys all ready to go?
Philosopher Kings at the West Edmonton Mall. We'll be back with much more of these guys. And we'll also hear more from Celine Dion and Bryan Adams in Montreal. We have been to the Gateway of the North now in Edmonton. We've seen Midnight come in and the Gateway to the West of Winnipeg. We'll be right back.
I want to learn. I love to teach.
I want a job.
I need some help. I need to buy.
I have things to sell.
The internet is helping Canadians connect, and the Government of Canada has programs that help. Computers for Schools provides computers. SchoolNet and LibraryNet help provide internet access. Campus WorkLink NGR connects young people with jobs. And Community Access connects Canadians to each other and the world. For a free Connecting Canadians information kit, call 1-800-O-Canada.
Eddie, what flowers would complement a nice arrangement of daffodils?
What?
Nothing.
Come to think of it, Wavy, a tiny sprig of baby's breath and a little bit of ivy would make a lovely compliment.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Chrysanthemums.
Pink hydrangea. They're nice.
Last night's $12 million winning numbers, 9, 15, 18, 27, 31. If you've got that ticket, be sure to hang on to it.
Pontiac Grand Am, built for drivers.
If you knew someone who was waiting for blood to have surgery, if you knew someone who needed blood today, if you knew someone whose life depended on it, would you say you didn't have the time? Would you save a life? Blood, it's in you to give.
banks over Canada. Tomorrow night at 8 on CTV. Presented by Royal Bank Financial Group.
CTV 2000 New Year's celebration is brought to you in part by the Government of Canada.
It has been an incredible 24 hours all over the world. Millennium Dome in London, Big Ben. Let's take a look as we go through London and then come to Canada. Paris first. St. John's, Newfoundland. Halifax. Montreal and Celine Dion's concert. Toronto, and that major fireworks display. Ottawa. Well, that wasn't quite around the world. It wasn't the last 24 hours, but it was the major portion of our evening. As you saw, we started out in London, moved to Paris, and then whipped across the Atlantic, touching first in Brazil in South America, and then to St. John's, Newfoundland, the first point of land where Millennium met Canada. Actually, the first point of land, we should point out, is actually Cape Spear, which juts out into the Atlantic from Newfoundland. And that's where the sun will come up tomorrow morning for the first time on the Millennium in Canada. Now, we are going to find out what's going on with, I was going to say Holly Doan, but no, we are going first to Celine Dion, the concert in Montreal with Celine Dion and Bryan Adams.
It just takes a little faith, baby.
chef d'orchestre, Claude Lemay. Mais go! Les super voix, Élie Duguay, Julie Leblanc, and Bonnet Marseille. Give it to me, boy!
You're watching CTV 2000 New Year's Celebration.
Never let a small thing stand in your way, 'cause the world's yours to embrace. With all your heart you must follow, keep your eyes on tomorrow, follow what's deep inside you, and do what you gotta do. Faith in
This is power. Unstoppable power. The power in new Duracell Ultra, the most powerful alkaline battery in the world. The power for more pictures, faster flashes, more sound, and ultra performance in whatever it powers. New Duracell Ultra. More power, more life.
be said for clarity. In life and in finances, Clarica, investment and insurance solutions.
He's gone?
He's gone.
He'll be cold.
And scared.
He won't last 10 minutes out there.
Hey, guys.
Your check, sir.
You've heard it all before. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna be? How are you gonna get there? Work is changing. You've got a lot of good choices out there. There's a lot opening up, but it won't just happen. Take on your future. Get the skills you need.
Call Canada's Youth Employment Strategy, 1-800-935-5555 for useful career planning information. A message from the Government of Canada.
And here's a lovely winter scene from Stony Plain, Alberta. Folks getting out for a little sleigh ride on this winter night, the way they've been doing it on the prairies since Alberta entered Confederation in 1905 and before. And welcome all you folks who are joining us now in Calgary. And those of you who've been with us, thank you for staying with the show, because coming up in Calgary again is Mike Bullard, Michelle Wright. Then we're going to have some more of Celine Dion probably. And we are also going to be hearing from Lou Bega, from Vancouver a little later. But first, to Mike Bullard in Calgary at the Olympic Plaza, I believe. Mike, you're there? Hello?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here she is, Michelle Wright!
My heart's not ready for the rocking chair. I need somebody who really cares. So tired of living solitaire. Hello, someday I'm gonna be safe in the arms of love. Calgary! Strip your heart and it starts to snow. Love is a high wire act, I know. Someday I'll find a net below. Someday I'm gonna be safe in the arms of love. Safe in the arms of love. One arms that know how to rock me safe in the arms of love. I wanna fall and know that love has got me safe in the arms of love. Safe in the arms of love. I want a heart to be forever mine. I want eyes to see me satisfied. I'm gonna hang my heartaches out to dry. Someday I'm gonna be safe in the arms of love. Safe in the arms of love. One arm that know how to rock me safe in the arms of love. I wanna fall and know
Wonderful, wonderful. Michelle Wright from Olympic Plaza in Calgary. I had to say, I think, when I introduced Mike Bullard there, because you never know where he's going to be in Calgary. He happened to be where we thought he was that time. I spotted the toque first before I caught him. We'll be back with more of Michelle Wright. Right now, we want to say good night to one of our people who has been up for the last 24 hours. Jeff Hutchison. It's after 3 o'clock in the morning in Newfoundland, and you're still going.
We're still going, Lloyd. Thank you. We did Canada AM from here this morning, and we're still going. And finally, after all that time, I'm officially going to be screeched. And Lisa, one of the managers here at Greensleeves, is going to walk me through it. Lisa, what do we have to know? What's the first thing here?
But you know what this is?
That's a cod, yeah.
Screech.
That's a screech.
Steak.
Bologna, steak, yep.
Dessert.
And that's it. Okay, so what's the order? What do I do?
Oh, you have to act stupid first.
I have to act stupid first, and apparently the country feels that's no problem.
Are you ready to act stupid?
Yes, I am. Okay. Okay.
Repeat after me.
Repeat after you. Okay.
Indeed, I am.
Indeed, I am.
My old darling.
My old darling.
And long may your big jib draw.
And long may your big jib draw. Okay, and what the order is, kiss the cod. Kiss the cod. Lloyd, you're just lucky you're not here right now. Okay, we'll be kissing the cod.
I know that ceremony.
Here we go.
No.
Exactly. Oh, on the mouth. All right, hang on the mouth.
Bite into the thing, you know.
All right, there Lloyd, I'm not biting the cod. All right, and now, Lloyd, and you know what? Before I do this, Happy New Year to you, Lloyd, everybody across the country. I'm going to do the screech, and I don't know where I'll be after this. Lisa, thank you. I got to do the bologna next, right? Here it goes.
Well, he's still standing after that. Hey, good for you.
Thanks, Lloyd, and good night from St. John's, Newfoundland.
Yeoman service today, Jeff. Thank you very, very much. And good night, Newfoundlanders. You've been wonderful. We'll all be there one day. I've visited many times, as have many Canadians, and it's a wonderful spot. We'll be back. Jeff Hutchison, who, as we said, has been there for 24 hours, serving Canada AM and all of CTV all afternoon, and then us this evening. One of many, many people on camera, behind the scenes, production teams who have been working around the clock to get this program to air over the last several days. We're going to take a short break now so they can take a breath too. We'll be right back.
You're spending New Year's with CTV.
I really need a manicure.
Oh, yeah, me too. You guys hear about the new engine Bubba Big Daddy Wallace is bringing to Daytona? What?
You mean that bored out number with the aluminum heads?
Yeah, we're talking 525 pounds of torque behind 490 horses.
525 pounds?
Yeah.
Of torque.
I ain't lying.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Well, that's why he's the king of the high-bank short track.
If you knew someone in cancer treatment who required blood, if you knew a burn victim who needed plasma, if you knew that 1 unit of blood could help save 4 lives, would you say another time? Would you save a life? Blood, it's in you to give.
Yeah, the special tonight is an herb supreme. Capsicum, sage thyme, stuffed with duxelle, lying on an emotion le besame placé with noisette spatula.
Wow. What is that?
Excuse me, it's chicken.
There's a lot to be said for clarity in life and in finances. Clarica, investment and insurance solutions.
Many in our community are less fortunate and make the street their home. Each year, at least one of those homeless persons doesn't make it through the fierce cold of winter. Project Warmth is an initiative to help keep those on the street warm. The goal this year is to collect more than 35,000 sleeping bags that will then be distributed to Toronto's homeless. Helping Canadians, the Canadian Tire Foundation for Families supports Project Warmth.
AOL
AOL Canada is very easy to use. I'm on all the time. I hog the computer. Me and my friends chat through the instant messenger system. It gives me a chance to talk to both my friends at the same time.
I sometimes spend hours on my computer with my guitar in my hand learning how to play songs. I think without AOL Canada, I would be totally lost.
And there's also something called Homework Help. It just gave me, wow, so much information. I had to write like 16 pages.
With all new pricing, including unlimited use, you can stay online as long as you want.
Eddie, what flowers would complement a nice arrangement of daffodils?
What? Nothing. Come to think of it, Wavy, a tiny sprig of baby's breath and a little bit of ivy would make a lovely compliment.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Chrysanthemums.
Pink hydrangea. They're nice.
CTV 2000 New Year's celebration is brought to you in part by the new Tostitos bite-sized rounds.
All right, the big moment is coming up for the people of Alberta, in Calgary and Edmonton, too. Mike Bullard, of course, is in Calgary. How are you enjoying yourself, Mike?
I'm having a good time, Lloyd. I'm in Olympic Plaza in Calgary. Michelle Wright is sitting behind me. I asked her to wait, but she didn't want to be on television. I can't understand it.
Imagine that, and her chance to be with you, too.
Yeah, Lloyd, I'm covering one ear because I have frostbite. How's it going in your little climate-controlled atmosphere?
Hey, you know, it's really warm here, Mike. It's nice and comfortable, and it's fun seeing you out there in your toque. You look great, though. And
I'm having a great time. You missed something really good.
What was that?
Mayor of Calgary just addressed 20,000 people in the square, and he was sober as a judge. I guess he has no aspirations to be Premier of Alberta. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to Edmonton now,
Lloyd,
Mike.
I just got the word in my left ear that I'm to throw to the Philosopher Kings in Edmonton, Lloyd. Your favorite band of all time, Lloyd.
Okay.
You give me a feeling that is so defined. I put you in, and our prayers rewind. Girl, same sequence, same storyline. He takes his tool to fix his set. Was he taught? Tattooed down your spine, my little black box. Would you be Super Sex 69? Lollipop jeans or heels and a glass of wine, girl. Same sequence, same storyline. Yours are beautiful. What do you think? Super
How you doing, Blacksmith, at home? Sorry you couldn't be here.
The Philosopher Kings, and we're going to take a wider shot of Calgary, and there is that famous tower as we take a brief break, and we're on the countdown to midnight in Alberta, Mountain Time.
The Pontiac Sunfire Coupe now comes with a new 5-speed drag transmission, 15-inch wheels, and a 6-speaker CD stereo. The Pontiac Sunfire 2000 value package with a ton of extra features, $188 a month or 1.9% purchase financing. Pontiac Sunfire, built for drivers.
Label a hazardous product like this, except the tobacco industry.
A message from the Government of Canada.
Alan, this is a superhero party?
Listerine is a hero, hon. An action hero. Big guns.
What?
See? It fights the evil gingivitis.
Oh, you are so weird.
Want to see my germ-killing action?
No. He's good. Oh, yeah. He's my hero.
Listerine, the action hero for your gums.
I really need a manicure.
Oh, yeah, me too. You guys hear about the new engine Bubba Big Daddy Wallace is bringing to Daytona?
What? You mean that bored out number with the aluminum heads?
Yeah, we're talking 525 pounds of torque behind 490 horses.
525 pounds?
Yeah.
Of torque.
I ain't lying.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Well, that's why he's the king of the high bank short track.
January 14th, the director of White Men Can't Jump takes you between the ropes.
You're fighting Vince in Vegas.
In Vegas. Behind the scenes. I'm gonna hit you like a hammer. And beneath the sheets.
Why are you fighting?
Because they pay us. Woody Harrelson, Antonio Banderas in the story of two best friends and their last shot at greatness.
I just don't like you.
Knockout.
I don't like you either.
Play it to the bone. Starts Friday, January 14th.
Eventually, everyone retires. What are you doing after work?
And And we're coming back to our midnights for Alberta, both Calgary, Edmonton, the rest of the province, of course. And when you think of it, it's been quite a century for those cities, because Edmonton was just barely beginning. The railroad went through there in the early 1900s, and Calgary, of course, was about 4,000 people about the turn of the century. Look at it now. The city with the second largest number of head offices in this country. So it's a big night for both of those places when they think about their prospects for the next century, because both of them are rolling well now from their early pioneer days when this century began. We're going to have some more from Michelle right now. She grew up near Chatham, Ontario, one of the best country singers this country has ever produced. Her early ambition was to be an Olympic athlete. She sold about 1 million albums in North America. Here she is again from Olympic Plaza in Calgary, Michelle Wright.
I want to do this one that we're... Calgary, I have to send this out to you as one Canadian to another. I hope I don't cry, because I'm so glad to be here in Canada celebrating. I'm glad somebody called us up and said, come to Canada and celebrate the millennium. And I have to tell you that your love for what I've done with my music is the greatest gift in the world. I have had such a wonderful career, and I'm looking forward to the millennium. So your love for me and my band is the greatest gift of all that you could have given us in the last 10 years. Thank you.
Paper, it's not the ring I wear around my finger. There's nothing in all the world I need, but I have you here beside me, so you could give me wings to fly, catch me if I fall, or pull the stars down from the sky, so I could wish on them all. I couldn't ask for more, 'cause your love is the greatest gift of all. In your arms I found a strength inside, and in your eyes there's a light to guide me. I would be lost without you, and all that my heart could ever want has come true. So you could give me wings to fly, catch me if I fall, or pull the stars down from the sky, so I could wish on them all. I couldn't ask for more, 'cause your love is the greatest gift of all. You could offer me the sun, the moon, and I would still believe. You gave me everything when you gave your heart to me.
Thank you. That's a true story. Are we doing it now? Or are we going to start
7 minutes left
now,
before the Alberta
more?
Midnight in Edmonton and in Calgary, and we're going to be flashing back and forth with our pictures. And don't forget, still to come, the British Columbia Midnight, of course, and Lou Bega and Mambo No. 5. We are going to hear that song. Now, let's go to Daryl McIntyre, who is in Edmonton, one of the anchors for our CFRN, CTV affiliate station there. Daryl, how's it looking in Edmonton right now?
Absolutely gorgeous, and it's going to get loud here. We've had a whole crowd gathered around just waiting to be able to say, "Hi, Lloyd. Hi, Canada." They're doing that exactly right thing right now. We have lots of people down here. We're expecting as many as 70,000. I don't know if we're up to that yet or not, but the whole square is just packed. You can't even find room. The nice thing about it is the temperature hasn't gone down at all since we talked to you about 4 hours ago. Still about -11 and cozy.
Hey, that's great. It's not exactly the kind of chinook that Calgary has, but it's not bad, is it?
No, tell Mike Bullard to pop up here for a little while to see what chilly is. Not like Winnipeg, though. What did Jonathan Gravener say, -40 with a wind chill? We're laughing. We're laughing.
That's right, indeed. Good, Daryl. Now, tell me, any special plans other than what we're seeing? We've seen the Philosopher Kings at the Edmonton Plaza. I'm sorry, at the West Edmonton Mall, right. Anything else going on that you want to tell us about?
Right down here, it's been a tradition for the past 12 years of the first night celebration here in Edmonton. It's a whole theatrical experience as we count down to midnight, sort of the passing of the old and the bringing in the new, and they're promising an even more spectacular show. They have huge, almost puppet-like creatures that end up walking up on stage. Everybody has such a great time down here because it's a show and it's also a good community feeling. As you can tell, everybody munches in together and has fun and stays warm. It's something everybody's looking forward to. What are we, about 5 minutes away? So.
Yeah, I learned that in the West when I lived there many years ago. You cuddle up on New Year's to keep warm.
You sure do.
Makes everybody very friendly and cozy. Thanks very much, Daryl.
You bet, Lloyd.
All right, we're going to flip back to Calgary now to have a look there at, all right, at Olympic Plaza.
We are less than 5 minutes from the year 2000.
On stage there, we should have Mike Bullard. I believe I hear Daryl James, anchor at CFCN in Calgary. Yes, there's Daryl, and there's Mike. Take it away, Mike.
Thanks, Lloyd. I have a message for all of you from Lloyd Robertson. Lloyd Robertson, our leader. He says, lay down your weapons, and all your lives will be spared. Lloyd says, lay down your sparklers, too. Lloyd, are you there?
Yeah, no, please, Mike, not lay down the sparklers. It's supposed to be the other way around.
Sparklers.
Lift up the sparklers.
Lloyd says if you have sparklers, it's all right.
Let's see them waving them there in Calgary. That's the idea.
Let's get a shot of everyone
we
waving
got it.
at Lloyd. Wave at Lloyd.
Wave it. Wave at the country.
Yes.
Wave at the world. That's the idea.
Wave at the world. Are we on worldwide, Lloyd?
Well, almost. We're right across Canada.
Right across Canada.
This is our world.
Everyone in Canada can see you now. Don't say anything stupid. Yes. Look who's here with me, Lloyd. Say hi to Lloyd, huh?
Hi, Lloyd.
Hi, Daryl, old buddy.
Yeah, it's your old buddy, Daryl.
Happy New Year, Lloyd, and to everyone at CTV and all across Canada.
Happy New Year to you, Daryl. Daryl and I have been around the track a few times, you know, working in Ontario, working in the West. He's doing well there. Hope he's keeping warm.
Lloyd, you may want to stay on much longer. I think the crowd's turning on you.
As long as I don't start throwing things, Mike, we're safe.
It's only 3 minutes away.
2 minutes, 42 seconds. There's the big clock in the countdown at Olympic Plaza.
You only have
Calgary.
3 minutes to get to your homes and turn off the gas.
We've been very lucky right across the country. We're looking at the pictures, of course, coming from Calgary
Hey, Lloyd,
and Edmonton.
did anything bad happen?
No, I was just going to say, Mike, you know, everything's been very cool, very quiet.
Did the Texas Instruments calculator in Newfoundland go down?
No, everything's cool.
Good, Lloyd.
The only thing that there was a beer tap not working in the bar where Hutchison was working tonight in St. John's. But other than that,
I had no trouble with mine, Lloyd.
Everything's been fine. All right, 2 minutes to midnight. Less than that. That's.
Hey, hang on.
Is Michelle right there? Bring in Michelle.
Energy.
Get Michelle up on stage if you can.
Michelle Wright's coming up.
Yeah, you know,
Come
she's
on
one
up,
of our
Michelle.
favorites, Mike. Come on.
Look, it's Michelle Wright. Actually, it's a hologram.
That great Southwestern Ontario lady grew up
Say
in
hello to
Chatham.
Lloyd, Michelle.
Say hello to everybody, Michelle. Hi,
Lloyd who?
Michelle.
Lloydminster, Alberta?
No, Lloyd Robertson.
Oh, Lloyd Robertson. I know Lloyd Robertson. Hi, Lloyd Robertson.
Lloyd Robertson has way more power than Lloydminster, Alberta.
Well, actually, it's Lloydminster, Alberta, Saskatchewan, you know, because it.
Lloydminster,
that's the place that sits right on the border.
Man, way to go.
You don't
We
know,
gotta edit this,
Mike. If you
Lloyd.
were there, you wouldn't know where you were.
I'm very confused, Lloyd. I've been to 22 spots in Calgary in less than
All
1 minute,
right,
Lloyd.
1 minute.
Lloyd, are we going to be on across the world when it happens?
Absolutely, Mike. Your world.
Only 1 minute to go, folks.
All right, now this is the world, so make a lot of noise, Mike. Have
this
people
is the
say hello
world.
to the world, because we're sending this picture all over the world.
All right, all over the world, Lloyd. I'll try not to do anything crazy.
Calgary, the left screen, Edmonton, the right
30
screen.
seconds.
CTV is sending this picture on our consortium that's going worldwide.
20 seconds.
Let's see the clock. Let's see the clock. It's close.
15,
Well, we better look at our
14,
clock.
13, 12, 11,
9,
10,
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Forgot and never brought to mind. Should all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne.
We're about 25 seconds away.
My dear, in days of old lang syne, we'll drink a cup of kindness here in days of old lang syne.
Yeah.
Happy New Year,
Happy New Year! The whole world is watching. Hello, world. This is Canada. I know you're going to be surprised to hear this, but give us all your stuff or we'll annihilate you. We're the most powerful nation on earth. We're tired of being second. It's a new millennium. We're taking over. We don't care what you think. We knew we'd catch you by surprise.
Okay, this is Inside at Reds in Edmonton. Say hello to the world, everybody. Happy New Year. Well, there you go. You're telling them you're sending the picture everywhere, and good stuff.
That's it, Lloyd.
CTV is sending this picture out to the world through our Yes 2000 consortium, so everybody's having a good look at the celebrations going on in Alberta tonight. Yes, Mike, come in.
That's it, buddy. Holy smokes, look at that flame, Lloyd. You'd think we're in Buffalo.
Have a little respect. That's the old Olympic torchman. The Olympic urn. All right, we're off to Edmonton, where we're going to hear from the Philosopher Kings again.
All right, this is our first song of the year 2000. Come on! Don't hold back on us now, folks. Come on!
My pain, you don't know. You don't know how to ease my pain. Don't you hear any voices crying? That's the sound of our love dying. Or is it the rain? You don't know how to play the game, and you cheat and you lie. You make me wanna cry. Falling, oh, visit the rain. You don't know how to play the game, and you cheat and you lie. You make me wanna cry. Oh, yeah. You make me wanna cry. You don't even know how to say goodbye. No.
All right, hold it right here, hold it right here, hold it right here, hold it right here, hold it right here. You guys want to sing for the rest of Canada? You want to show Canada you folks know how to sing? All right, hold on. Cry.
One more midnight to go. One more midnight to go in Canada and Vancouver. Ah, now look at that beautiful shot. We're going to be going there to Masquerade Ball, among other things. We have Celine Dion's final act coming up, all after this.
Eddie, what flowers would complement a nice arrangement of daffodils?
What?
Nothing.
Come to think of it, Wavy, a tiny sprig of baby's breath and a little bit of ivy would make a lovely compliment.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Chrysanthemums.
Pink hydrangea. They're nice.
It's the dawn of a new era, the new millennium, and across the nation, the Government of Canada is working in partnership with Canadians of every culture and of all ages on projects and events celebrating our history and heritage, our arts, our environment, the aspirations of our youth, and our passage to the next 1,000 years. Join all Canadians. Take part in it. Take pride in it. Canada and the Millennium. Sharing the memory, shaping the dream. A message from the Government of Canada.
Garbage, garbage, garbage. It's gonna kill them.
Pontiac, Montana. Built for drivers and their families. Lease a Pontiac, Montana from $258 a month or get 1.9% purchase financing.
I really need a manicure.
Oh, yeah, me too. You guys hear about the new engine Bubba Big Daddy Wallace is bringing to Daytona?
What? You mean that bored out number with the aluminum heads?
Yeah, we're talking 525 pounds of torque behind 490 horses.
525 pounds?
Yeah.
Of torque.
I ain't lying.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Well, that's why he's the king of the high bank short track.
Sunday on CTV.
You are sentenced to imprisonment for life.
Winner of 6 Gemini Awards, including Best Actor Ian Tracy, Best Actress Sabrina Gerdovich.
I did not kill Gail Miller.
Airing for the first time nationwide.
I'm innocent.
The true nightmare of David Milgaard.
Did you know there's never been a non-capital murder conviction overturned in the history of this country?
History changed. Milgaard, Sunday at 9 on CTV.
Would you admit to something you didn't do?
The Plaza of Nations in Vancouver. We're waiting for Lou Bega. I suppose some people have been waiting for him all night to sing Mambo No. 5. And that is coming up in about a half an hour from now. That's the scene in Vancouver. I know that there are several people across this country at all times of the year who want to be British Columbians. Want to go there, want to visit there, want to live there in some cases. And tonight's our chance for the next hour because we can celebrate with our British Columbia friends no matter where we are in the country. And they're coming up to their midnight next. And first of all, we're going to hear from Ellie Tesher, who's there in, I believe, Ellie Harvey, who is in the lobby of, at a masquerade ball in the lobby of the Hotel Vancouver. Ellie, is that right?
Yes, hi Lloyd, it's me. I'm at one of the poshest parties in Vancouver, the Masquerade Ball, where everyone's dancing. So here we go. And right over over here we have the Best Costume Award winner, Leanne Miller. Anyone you want to say Happy New Year's to?
Hi, Mom Miller. Thank you for helping us with the costumes. And hi, Greg and Joe and Dave and Les.
Oh, moms are so crafty when it comes to costumes, even for adults. And look at this over here. Now, tell me, is it hard being that tall and finding a date? Absolutely. They're all too short. I know. I have that problem, and I'm not even half that. Right now, we're listening to the Vancouver Opera Orchestra, and we've got a whole bunch of merrymakers dressed as Napoleon and all. I don't see any Vulcans, though. I was a little disappointed because, you know, I have a thing for Spock. But we're getting ready to go over to Lubega and to ring in the new year. So back to you, Lloyd.
Okay, Ellie, thank you very much. Yes, Lubega will be up very shortly. Ellie, you're gone. If I still had you there, I was just going to ask you what people were doing in Vancouver tonight, apart from visiting the Hotel Vancouver, but it's okay. Are you there? You there?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm
okay,
here.
tell me what the routine is in Vancouver tonight. Some people are down at the Plaza of Nations, obviously. A lot of people at house parties. What's the weather like? Give us just a little scene of what's going on there.
Well, from what I think I heard you say, Vancouver, the streets are pretty quiet, but the parties are pretty big. And it's raining a little, but it's not too cold. And I hope that answers your question.
That does answer the question beautifully.
Oh, good.
Very succinctly. Thanks,
Excellent.
Ellie. We'll
Thank
see
you,
you
Lloyd.
shortly.
You
We'll be
bet.
back there to hear from Lubega and Mambo number 5. Well, if you have seen some of the performances we've been presenting tonight by Celine Dion out of the Molson Centre in Montreal, you realize why so many people all over the world love this woman so much and treasure her singing. We are now going back for her finale from the Molson Centre. Once again, Celine Dion.
When I was young, never needed anyone. Making love was just for fun. Those days are gone. Living alone, I think of all the friends I've known. But when I dial the telephone, nobody's home. All by myself, don't wanna be all by myself anymore. Hard to be sure. Sometimes I feel so insecure. Love so distant and obscure remains the cure. All by myself, don't wanna be all by myself anymore. All by myself, don't wanna live all by myself anymore. When I was young, I never needed anyone. Making love was just for fun. Those days are gone.
Merci beaucoup tout le monde. Bonsoir et bonne année. Merci.
L'Oreal wishes the most beautiful new millennium to all the children, all the men, and all the women of the world. A world in celebration.
Es L'Oreal, enamoate.
Porque yo lo valgo.
Es que yo valgo.
L'Oréal, parce que je le vaux bien. And I'm worth it.
Eddie, what flowers would complement a nice arrangement of daffodils?
What?
Nothing.
Come to think of it, Wavy, a tiny sprig of baby's breath and a little bit of ivy would make a lovely compliment.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Chrysanthemums.
Pink hydrangea. They're nice.
Alan, this is a superhero party?
Listerine is a hero, hon. An action hero. We got guns.
What?
See? It fights the evil gingivitis.
Oh, you are so weird.
Want to see my germ-killing action?
No. He's good. Oh, yeah. He's my hero.
Listerine, the action hero for your gums.
Yeah, the special tonight is an herb supreme. Capsicum, sage thyme, stuffed with duxelle, lying on an emotion le basme classé with noisette spatula.
Wow. What is that?
Excuse me, it's chicken.
There's a lot to be said for clarity in life and in finances. Clarica, investment and insurance solutions.
As a new mom, you're home. You're cut off a little bit from the world. I have 54 women that I chat with on a daily basis through AOL Canada. We're all mommies. We share ideas, stories.
I'm a parent, and through the parental controls, my child can be online, and I don't have to worry.
It's a really nice way for me to keep in touch with people. It gives me something else to talk about other than baby stuff. And I look forward to it.
With all new pricing, including unlimited use, you can stay online as long as you want.
We're heading for the British Columbia midnight, but we're bouncing back eastward for the finale for the night of the Philosopher Kings in Edmonton.
All right, put your hands up so Canada can see we're having a party, all right? Come on. We go shot and shout like this. Come on now, come on.
Every love song on every TV in Hollywood told me it should be beautiful and sweet, like watching Soul Train. Oh, with Marvin Gaye on and baby it holds to the baby it holds to me too. You're so lonely, girl. You come in honey, packing punches.
You're watching CTV 2000 New Year's celebration.
All right, you know I have to have a little bit of fun with you folks before we say goodnight, right? What's your name? Cheryl? That's a beautiful name. I'm gonna sing something to Cheryl over here, all right? I'll let you, Cheryl is also my wife. I'll let you in on a little secret. I've been loving you for too long to stop now. You were tired and you want to be free. Our love has grown stronger as you became a habit to me. I've been loving you for too long to stop now. My love has come along. My lonely days are over. And life is like a the skies above are blue. All love is wrapped up in clover. Yeah. let's get oh, 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 oh. In my mind's eye, we're kissing many. Watch it all in the family. Taking it We're the Philosopher Kids. Good night, have a safe millennium.
Say, what a wonderful group. 1996 Juno for Best Group. You can tell they were influenced by Marvin Gaye and Stevie Wonder, can't you? We'll be right back.
I really need a manicure. Oh, yeah, me too.
You guys hear about the new engine Bubba Big Daddy Wallace is bringing to Daytona?
What? You mean that bored out number with the aluminum heads?
Yeah, we're talking 525 pounds of torque behind 490 horses.
525 pounds?
Yeah.
Of torque.
I ain't lying.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Well, that's why he's the king of the high-bank short track.
If you knew someone who was waiting for blood to have surgery, if you knew someone who needed blood today, if you knew someone whose life depended on it, would you say you didn't have the time? Would you save a life? Blood, it's in you to give.
I want to learn.
I have to teach.
I want a job.
I need some help. I need to buy.
I have things to sell.
The internet is helping Canadians connect, and the Government of Canada has programs that help. Computers for Schools provides computers. SchoolNet and LibraryNet help provide internet access. Campus WorkLink NGR connects young people with jobs. And Community Access connects Canadians to each other and the world. For a free Connecting Canadians information kit, call 1-800-O-CANADA.
Pontiac Grand Prix with Y2K. Built for drivers. Wider is better.
Eddie, what flowers would complement a nice arrangement of daffodils?
What?
Nothing.
Come to think of it, Wavy, a tiny sprig of baby's breath and a little bit of ivy would make a lovely compliment.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Chrysanthemums.
Pink hydrangea. They're nice.
And we continue, one more midnight to go, and we also want to say to our friends who are watching in the Yukon and Nunavut, Northwest Territories, used to be called Northwest Territories, now then Western Arctic and Eastern Arctic. Anyway, Nunavut and the Yukon, we're with you too as you travel through these time zones. We know that Yukon is with BC coming up right now. Now, what we'd like to do here, I believe, is get the last song from Burton Cummings out of the McPhillip Streets Casino in Winnipeg. Burton Cummings, one of his favorites.
Bye-bye.
is entertaining out of Winnipeg for our Manitoba and Saskatchewan midnights. We haven't forgotten you, Saskatchewan. Happy 2000. And we're coming up to the British Columbia midnight. We've been through Alberta. That means Lou Bega, Mambo number 5, shortly.
So, you're quitting smoking. Great.
I'm giving it my best shot.
It's never easy, but we can help.
With what?
Your willpower and Nicoderm.
The patch?
It's the patch most recommended by doctors. See, only Nicoderm has a rate-controlling membrane. It helps control your cravings whenever you need it, 24 hours a day.
And it works?
Well, it's working for me.
You smoke?
Not anymore.
Nicoderm, most recommended by doctors.
Superhero party?
Listerine is a hero, hun. An action hero. Bigger guns.
What?
See? It fights the evil gingivitis.
Oh, you are so weird.
Want to see my germ-killing action?
No. He's good. Oh, yeah. He's my hero.
Listerine, the action hero for your gums.
Here at Glad, we tested our Gladware against ordinary containers in various household appliances, like in the freezer, in the microwave, in the dishwasher, and in the wood chipper. The big difference? This guy's container was more expensive. Gladware containers, made tough enough to last, priced low enough to lose. Glad, depend on it.
I really need a manicure.
Oh, yeah, me too. You guys hear about the new engine Bubba Big Daddy Wallace is bringing to Daytona?
What? You mean that bored out number with the aluminum heads?
Yeah, we're talking 525 pounds of torque behind 490 horses.
525 pounds?
Yeah.
Of torque.
I ain't lying.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Well, that's why he's the king of the high bank short track.
Eventually, everyone retires. What are you doing after work?
CTV 2000 New Year's celebration is brought to you in part by the new Tostitos Bite-Size Rounds.
You are aware, of course, that in show business they love to build the anticipation. Well, Lou Bega is up shortly in about 3 or 4 minutes from now. We're going to take this opportunity to show you some pictures from earlier in the day. As the millennium slowly moved westward, we're now heading back towards the International Daylight. They're well into January 1st, January 2nd coming up there. And this is what it looked like 20 hours ago when the new year was brought in throughout Asia. Here's CTV's Christine Nilsson.
Sydney spent 4 years preparing, promised the biggest fireworks display on Earth, and the show down under was indeed tough to beat. Neighboring New Zealand laid claim to the first new citizen of the millennium, born just 1 minute after midnight. But even baby Tupou couldn't steal the spotlight from these people, dancers on a South Pacific beach in Kiribati. The first place on Earth to greet the new century. It was anything but tropical in Antarctica, but workers on Scott Base got their millennium moment too. Then it was Asia's turn, starting with Japan, where New Year's Eve is always the biggest celebration of the year.
Here in China and some other parts of Asia, people don't usually celebrate New Year at this time. They have their own Lunar New Year, which begins in a few weeks. But the millennium is just too big a party to miss.
In Beijing, 25,000 people performed at the New Century Monument, where President Jiang Zemin lit an eternal flame. This was China's chance to show it has arrived on the world stage. And what better time for a coming out party than the biggest celebration on Earth. Christine Nielsen, CTV News, Beijing.
So all the continents, Asia, Africa, Australia, North America, South America, and now we are at Vancouver. Colin Gray standing by there. Colin, what sort of a time are they having tonight?
It's been slow for hours, Lloyd, because we've been watching everyone else's millennium parties, and I think people have begun to feel, well, it's about time. And Lou Bega just took the stage behind me, and I gather there are a number of other parties across the city that are finally starting to kick in, and we are now finally counting down.
Okay, yes, we are going to Ellie Harvey, who's there to introduce Lou Bega. Ready for Mambo number 5. Colin, you're still there with us. Anyway, here's Ellie.
It's Vancouver in the house! Yeah! Make some noise! Hold on. I can't hear you. I said it's Vancouver in the house!
It's good. Hey!
It's Vancouver in the house?
Lou Bega! I'm Ellie Harvey, and we're here at the Plaza of Nations right now, Vancouver. You are live across the country on CTV. Let them know how you're...
And you see these people have a good time out here.
Hey, Lou, do you need another dancer? I don't have that thing yet. You know,
what do you mean?
But I'll work on it. Yeah, I'll work on it. Okay, you guys. What song did you come to see tonight? Was it Mambo number 1? Was it Mambo number 2? Was it Mambo number 3 or maybe number 4? No. Then logically, it would be
Mambo number
5 with Lou Bega.
All right, this is the very last song of the century. So all right, I know you can sing the lyrics, I can sing the lyrics, goddammit. Let's sing it. It's the last song of the century, okay? Everybody get involved in it. DJ, drop it. All right. Everybody please sing along, come on. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody in the car, so come on, let's ride to the liquor store around the corner. The boys say they want some gin and juice, but I really don't wanna be a buzz like I had last week. I must stay deep, just talking cheap. I like Angela, Pamela, Sandra, and Rita. And as I continue, you know when it gets sweet. So I can't do my really bad, you my lord. To me, fun is just like a sport. Anything fly, it's all good. Let me dump it inside the swamp. A little bit of Monica in my life, a little bit of Erica by my side, a little bit of Rita's all I need, a little bit of Tina's what I see, a little bit of Sandra in the sun, a little bit of Mary all night long, a little bit of Jessica, here I am, a little bit of Vancouver, baby, man, it down. Put your hands in the air. Every hand in the air. All the bands, come on. Jump up and down and move it all around. Shake your hand to the sand, put your hands on the ground. Take one step left, one step right. One to the front and one to the side. Clap your hands once and clap your hands twice. And if it looks like this, then you're right. A little bit of Monica in my life. A little bit of Erica on my side. A little bit of Rita's all I need. A little bit of Tina's what I see. A little bit of Sandra in the sun. A little bit of Mary all night long. A little bit of Jessica in my am. A little bit of y'all makes me your man. Why? All right, Vancouver. Why? Trumpet. The trumpet. Mambo number 5. A little bit of Monica in my life. A little bit of Erica by my side. A little bit of Rita's all I need. A little bit of Tina's what I see. A little bit of Sandra in the sun. A little bit of Mary all night long. A little bit of Jessica, here I am. A little bit of you makes me your man. I do fall in love with a girl like you. 'Cause you can't run, you can't hide. You and me gonna touch the sky. All right. Ain't it over yet? One time, put your hands in the air. Mama number 5. All right. Let's dance. All the ladies, all the ladies in the house, say yeah. Say yeah. Say now scream. Come on. All right. All the ladies in the house, say yeah. Say yeah. Say Y2K. Say what? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. What's up on the top? What's up, man? Say Lou. Say Lou. Say Lou. Say Lou. Say Lou. Say Lou. All right. Say Momo. Say Momo. Momo. Say Bobo number 5. Say Bobo. Come on. Say Bobo. Jump. Come on. Make some noise. Make some noise. Come on. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, yo, Prophet. Yo, what's down the line? Oh. Where the party people at? Yeah. Make some noise. Everybody scream. A little bit of. Come on, everybody. A little bit of. a little bit of Monica, a little bit of Erica, a little bit of Rita, a little bit of Tina, a little bit of Monica, a little bit of Sandra, a little bit of Jessica, a little bit of Lord makes me your man. Come on! What's up, baby? A little bit of Mary, a little bit of Harry, a little bit of you makes me your man. Come on!
Make some noise!
Oh!
Everybody scream!
All right, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. What's up with the countdown?
Ladies and gentlemen, Lou Bega! 8, 7, 6, 5,
4, 3, 2, 1. Have a party! Party on! It's 2000!
So we're moving around with our pictures from Vancouver to Las Vegas, and here, Seattle. Vegas again, there's that Eiffel Tower. I guess you could call it a miniature, but it's a Paris hotel. And we noted that in Seattle, they're still having fireworks, of course, and there are still obviously a lot of people on the streets, but the big party in Seattle was canceled over security fears. Turned out to be all for naught. They could have been there and had fun, but there you are. You never know. Back in Vancouver at the beautiful Plaza of Nations, Lou Bega hugging and kissing all around after that long, interesting version of Mambo No. 5. And we know that a lot of you were waiting for that one. So 2000 has now swept across Canada. We are in the new century. We are in a new millennium. I know there are those people who say, no, not so, until 2001. But this has obviously been the time when the people around the world decided to celebrate New Year's. We have much more still to come because we're on the air for about another half hour. We'll have more Mike Bullard. We'll have more entertainment for you from our venues across the country. We'll hear once again from Holly Doan just to make sure that the world is going to sleep tightly tonight. And we'll be right back after this short break as we look at these pictures from Vancouver, Seattle, and Las Vegas.
There's a lot to be said for clarity in life and in finances. Clarica, investment and insurance solutions.
Eddie, what flowers would complement a nice arrangement of daffodils?
What?
Nothing.
Come to think of it, Wavy, a tiny sprig of baby's breath and a little bit of ivy would make a lovely compliment.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Chrysanthemums.
Pink hydrangea. They're nice.
Aha! Now the U.S. will know the power of chaos.
What's with the rocket? To reach the U.S., use Coca-Cola and save without switching.
It's just $1 for every 10 minutes or less. Anytime to anywhere in the U.S.
Just dial 101-5566, then 1, then the number.
Dial 101-5566 to save without switching. Very smart. Prepare to launch.
Don't tell me he's launching us.
He's launching us.
I asked you not to tell me that.
You've heard it all before. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna be? How are you gonna get there? Work is changing. You've got a lot of good choices out there. There's a lot opening up, but it won't just happen. Take on your future. Get the skills you need.
Call Canada's Youth Employment Strategy, 1-800-935-5555 for useful career planning information. A message from the Government of Canada.
Royal Banks over Canada. Tomorrow night at 8 on CTV. Presented by Royal Bank Financial Group. CTV 2000 New Year's Celebration is brought to you in part by Clarica Investments and Insurance Solutions.
Welcome to January 1st, year 2000, right across Canada. And if you've been in Calgary tonight, you may have seen someone roaming around who looked vaguely familiar, or maybe you watch him every night. You perhaps never thought he'd show up at your doorstep. You know who I'm talking about. Let's watch this.
We've been on the roam. We're in a Calgary neighborhood. This is a big pink house. We think there might be a party here. We're going to go in. I'm not going to knock. Happy Millennium.
Happy New Year to you.
What's your name?
Cheryl.
Cheryl? Cheryl what? Shostakovsky.
That's correct.
Shostakovsky?
That's the one.
Of the Boston Shostakovskys? No, I know, it was a joke.
Manhattan
All right,
Shostakovsky.
Cheryl.
Oh.
My name's Mike Bullard.
I know. How are you?
We're here for your party.
Come on in. It's just rousing.
Oh, I can tell. On Lloyd Robertson? You know, sir, it's one thing for me to say something about Lloyd Robertson, but I can't tolerate you doing it. I love Lloyd. Lloyd's my hero.
My hero?
Say hello to Lloyd into the camera.
Hi, Lloyd. How's it going?
Okay, so this is the millennium, right? It's a new millennium. It's the end of the last millennium. And we came to see a really great house party. And in the course of 1,000 years, all you people could do was drum up like 3 friends, 4 friends, and maybe a couple of relatives. What kind of horrible people are you, Shastanewskis, that this is all you could drum up after 1,000 years of socializing? Shostakovsky, pardon me. Yeah. There's so many of them in the phone book, it should have just rolled off my tongue. Are you a little Shostakovsky? A little which? Verstraeten? A little Verstraeten? Oh. Oh, okay, a pinch of Verstraeten, a lot of Shostakovsky, and what do you get? A bad party. Who are you? You're a Shostakovsky? All right. You know what I'm going to recommend to you this millennium? Get the Court, change it to Smith. You're a good little guy. Looks like your hair's trying to leave the millennium without you. All right, so what are we going to do now? We're going to play some... Are we playing Trivial Pursuit at the end of the millennium? Trivial Pursuit at the end of the millennium? This is the most tragic thing I've ever seen in my life. I told you we should have knocked 2 doors up. I can't believe we came here. You're playing Trivial Pursuit at the end of the millennium. Look into the camera, Cheryl, so the entire country can laugh at you. Trivial Pursuit at the end of the millennium. You have smoked salmon. I'm surprised it stayed. This is the worst party I've ever seen. I'm surprised the smoked salmon didn't get the hell out of here. All right, we got to go. Yes, I'm sorry, Shostakovskis.
Oh, thank you so much for stopping.
It's the most exclusive party I've ever been to in my life. So long, Shostakovskis. Hope the next millennium goes better for you. Come on, let's go. Man, these Shostakovskis. Woo!
You're watching CTV 2000 New Year's Celebration.
Eventually, everyone retires. What are you doing after work? Eventually, everyone retires. What are you doing after work?
Merry Christmas from Smitty's Fine Furniture. All the best in 2000. Happy holidays, everyone.
From all of us at Gulf Steakhouse and Seafood, we hope you have a wonderful Christmas. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas from CKCO.
Be a part of the CKCO News team. If you see news in the making, contact us at pound CKCO on the Bell Mobility Network.
Responding to an appeal for help.
It's a free call, so if you see a fire, traffic accident, or any other newsworthy event,
trying to block the escape of 2 suspects,
give us a call at pound CKCO on the Bell Mobility Network. That's pound CKCO.
Police are urging anyone who saw anything suspicious to talk to them.
CKCO News. We want to hear from you.
It's now CTV, it's now Canada 2000. For the benefit of our BC viewers, we've saved this one on tape just for you because it is British Columbia's own Bryan Adams performing tonight at the Celine Dion concert in Montreal at Molson Centre. This from Bryan Adams.
I
I got my first real six string, bought it at the 5 and dime. Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit and Jody got married. Should've known we'd never get far. But when I look back now, the summer seemed to last forever. And if I had the choice, yeah, I'd always wanna be there. Those were the best days of my life. Ain't no use in complaining when you got a job to do. Spend the evenings down at the drive-in, and that's where I met you, yeah. Standing on your mama's porch, you told me that you wait forever. And when you held my hand, I knew that it was now or never. Those were the best days of my life. Oh yeah, back in the summer of '69. Man, we were killing time. We were young and reckless. We needed to unwind. I guess nothing can last forever, forever. Come on. And now the times are changing. Look at everything that's come and gone. Sometimes when I play my old six string, think about you, wonder what went wrong. Standing on your mama's porch, you told me that you wait forever. And when you held my hand, I knew that it was now or never. Those were the best days of my life. Yeah, back in the summer of '69. It was the summer of '99. Oh yeah, me and my baby.
Bryan Adams from that wonderful concert at Molson Center in Montreal tonight. We have more to come for you, including a very special goodbye when we wrap up in 10 minutes, 12 minutes from now. And we'll be right back after this message.
Break up with the Grand Am driver. Always return the spare keys. Pontiac Grand Am, built for drivers.
I really need a manicure.
Oh, yeah, me too.
You guys hear about the new engine Bubba Big Daddy Wallace is bringing to Daytona? What? You mean that bored out number with the aluminum heads?
Yeah, we're talking 525 pounds of torque behind 490 horses.
525 pounds?
Yeah.
Of torque.
I ain't lying.
Great conversations start with Tostitos.
Well, that's why he's the king of the high-bank short track.
I had my first cigarette when I was 13. When I found out how bad it was, I tried to quit. But I couldn't. They say nicotine isn't addictive. How could they say that?
A message from the Government of Canada.
I play bridge and euchre, and I play bingo, and I play them on AOL Canada. It's wonderful to be online. I tell all my friends that.
I'm a big sports fan, so one thing I love about AOL Canada is it keeps me up to date with my favorite sports team.
It's so exciting. There's so many things to do. Each little click of the mouse does it for you. If I can do it, anybody can do it.
With all new pricing, including unlimited use, you can stay online as long as you want.
Eventually, everyone retires. What are you doing after work? Eventually, everyone retires. What are you doing after work?
CTV 2000 New Year Celebration is brought to you in part by the Government of Canada.
A night of history, a night like no other, a night we will never forget as we moved with the Millennium right across the country from St. John's, first stop in North America for this century, right across through Toronto, Montreal, Halifax, of course, Winnipeg, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and finally to British Columbia. And Mike Bullard is in Calgary still. And Mike, I think that I managed to work with you for a whole evening without getting into too much trouble. And we've enjoyed ourselves, eh?
Oh, Lloyd, we're at Cowboys Bar, and I can't figure it out. But for some reason, these people love me.
We all love you, Mike. Come on.
Lloyd, it's crazy. It's like Pavlov's dogs. I don't get it.
What are they making you work there? Is that it?
I don't get it. They love me, Lloyd. Lloyd, I have some final thoughts regarding today.
Give us your thought.
Well, number one, I'm grateful to work for a network that, regardless of what else was going on today, had the courage and intestinal fortitude to run Free Willy for 4 hours this afternoon. To me, that took guts, Lloyd. I also learned that regardless of what else was going on all over the world, I, Mike Bullard, got to suck beer right out of a tap, Lloyd. I wasn't feeling very important until that moment. And now I'm here at Paul Vickers Cowboys Bar in Edmonton, and I've learned, Lloyd, more than anything, that people like me for me. That is so important. Lloyd, I want you to know that I love you so much. It's breaking my heart.
Mike, thanks, buddy. It's been a great night. Wonderful,
I love you, Lloyd.
Wonderful stuff out of Calgary. Thank you, Mike Bullard. Now, we want to check in just one more time in our newsroom with our Holly Doan, so we can all sleep tightly tonight whenever we decide to go to bed. Holly, give us the rundown. Are we safe?
Lloyd, apparently our country, as of this moment anyway, is Y2K compliant. We heard tonight from the airlines and the power companies and the phone companies and the government offices. No glitches to report. And as midnight swept across our land, Canadians were communicating with each other. The websites were jammed, the phone lines were jammed as we together welcomed the year 2000. We'd also, from CTV, like to welcome a new baby, our New Year's baby born in Woodstock, New Brunswick, to Sandra and Thomas Clark, a little boy as yet unnamed. And Lloyd, I want to tell you that there were 326 million bottles of champagne sold around the world this year, and we'd like to invite you back to the newsroom with your friends to enjoy one of them with us.
Well,
Happy New Year.
Thank you, Holly. Now, I'm going to pull a Mike Bullard here. I don't know whether I'm supposed to say this or not, but am I allowed to announce, I'm going to do it anyway, that you're going to be leaving us sometime in the next few weeks? I have really
You'll
enjoyed
make me
working
ashamed,
with
Lloyd.
you. You're going to another place. I grind my teeth a little bit, but I want you to know that we've really enjoyed working with you tonight. We haven't seen enough of you, of course, but that's one of the problems on a night like this when there isn't much news. Fortunately, it's all been good news.
Good
and
news.
I think we can honestly say, because sometimes, you know, they take a knock at news people for liking bad news. We enjoyed tonight because it was, for the most part, good news.
It's been great news, and we've enjoyed ourselves here. And Lloyd, I know you're going to have a great year because you celebrate 24 years as the anchor of CTV News in the year 2000. And in the year 2000, you're still the one.
You're wonderful. Holly, thank you very much.
Good night.
You've been great. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Now, we are going to have a little look at, yes, another little look at some of the highlights of the day. Just some visual images that we can cogitate here. From across Canada, we've seen Toronto there, Ottawa, the parachutists going up to the Peace Tower clock. What a moment that was. Well, it has been a wonderful night, and there are so many people for me to thank that I can't name them all. It's impossible, but I would especially like to thank Scott Moore, who's been in the chair on the other end of this little machine of telex all night, and Alan Myers, the director, and John Brunton, the producer. So good luck to all of you, and we hope that it's a wonderful, wonderful 2000 year and a great century. As we watch these images of the past century, we can reflect that we started the last 100 years reaching out, with Marconi receiving his first transatlantic radio signal in Newfoundland. Even through the dark days of the 2 world wars and the Great Depression, we never stopped reaching out with discoveries like antibiotics to constantly improve the lot of humankind. And as the century closes, the old tyrannies of fascism and Stalinism have faded away, and democracy and freedom are celebrated now over most of the world. We learn from our mistakes, we grow in our wisdom, and when we're at our very best, we never stop reaching out to one another. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy Century, Canada.
That the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. I say we must act now.
These forces to lay down their arms and to surrender unconditionally.
bin ein Berliner.
President Kennedy is dead.
Free at last! Free at last! Thank God Almighty! We are free at last! It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. This is the second largest city in New York. 300+ thousand people have lived together peacefully, loving each other.
Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
If you think the world was surprised when Nixon resigned, wait till I kick Fulham's behind.
U.S. President Carter and Soviet President Leonid Brezhnev today ended 7 years of hard bargaining.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Hello, Canada and hockey fans in the United States.
How far would you go with that? How far would you extend that? Well, just watch me.
YA has it on that way. Here's a shot. Henderson made a wild stab for it spell. Here's another shot. Right by the score. Henderson has scored for Canada.
We got to go home and try and do some more treatment. All I can say is that if there's any way I can get out there again and finish it, I will.
Vive le Québec! Vive le Canada!